Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for March 29th, 2022. I'm calling the meeting to order and ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Walser?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and 14B, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54956.9D1 and 54957.6. We will return at 6:30, open session. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for March 29th, 2022. We've been in executive session. I'm calling the council back to order in regular session. Mr. Chairperson, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There is nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, good evening, everybody. And as we wrap up St. Patrick's Month, we had a lot of exciting things happen in our city this month, and we had some really fantastic visits in our city. Last week, Congresswoman Maxine Waters presented 2 checks in person to the city of Torrance, totaling more than $7.2 million to support some local initiatives. Those funds will help a regional stormwater project directly impacting residents here in Torrance and around the entire South Bay. The funds were also presented to support the Torrance Transit Department's efforts to purchase 5 new all-electric zero-emission buses. I want to thank Congresswoman Waters again for always advocating for our city and for being an outstanding leader in our community. Then, Emmy Award-winning American journalist Peter Greenberg was also here in Torrance to shine a spotlight on what he called Southern California's hidden gem. He's a CBS News travel editor and contributor on the Early Show as well as the CBS Evening News. His global radio show, Eye on Travel, is a 3-hour radio program broadcast from a different place each week. They range from major cities to remote locations around the world. Mr. Greenberg chose the Torrance Historical Society and Museum to interview the Torrance Fire Chief Martin Cerna, our head curator and director at the Torrance Art Museum, Max Prisneal, Park Services Manager Tracy Drake, and the Torrance Historical Society's very own Janet Payne. I want to congratulate the Torrance team that represented our amazing city to the world. You can go to petergreenberg.com to listen in on all the conversations. And as we emerge from this pandemic, Torrance City Cable is excited to announce they are shifting gears as well. Over the past 2 years, 465 live broadcasts aired featuring the latest COVID-19 updates and news around the city, LA County, and the state related to the pandemic. And to wrap up this 2-year journey, a special 4-part series airs this week featuring key members of our city to share different perspectives of how the city responded to the health crisis and look back at all of the amazing programs that were inspired to help the community. You can watch that special series on City Cable's YouTube channel, on Spectrum Cable's Channel 3, or Frontier Fios Channel 31. And beginning on Monday, April 3rd, City Cable launches a new program called Torrance Today, which will air Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. live. Tune in to catch the latest in local news and events happening in Torrance and around the region. Thank you for joining us tonight via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable. Tonight we continue with our hybrid meeting model with City Council and staff meeting in person and the public tuning in remotely. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, the City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or by teleconference or other electronic means. In order to protect the public, the City Council and staff, City Council chamber is closed to the public in the interest of maintaining appropriate social distancing and in order to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. This hybrid model of the City Council meetings will allow the community to participate from the safety and comfort of your own homes. It's important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 3 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. And I want to thank those of you who met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to the council as supplemental materials and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, you may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in and be aware that our call center is very, very busy taking multiple phone calls, so you may get a busy signal when you first call in. If that's the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. There will be 2 opportunities for oral communications tonight. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for items not on the agenda or those on the consent calendar for a period up to 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting. On administrative matters, as they're considered, we allow 1 minute per speaker, and comments on public hearings will allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. Staff will notify you when your time begins. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity for everyone. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we'll have that second 15 minutes for oral communication number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only speak at orals 1 or orals 2, not both. And tonight, as we go through the meeting, right after our first orals, we will go into the hearing on item 10A, as we had promised a couple of weeks ago, because we had to stop that hearing kind of abruptly because there was some additional information, but we'll get to that. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Then we move on to the agenda. The first item on the agenda is a flag salute led by Councilmember Matucci, and then followed by an invocation, and Councilmember Walser will introduce the speaker for that. Please rise.
Please join me in a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have the privilege of introducing John Ross Hernandez, who is the senior pastor and CEO of New Challenge Ministries. In 1981, this organization started as a Christian rehabilitation program working with only 7 men in a home setting. By 2005, local stores were contacted so they could receive food that would otherwise be thrown away. New Challenge Ministries began receiving food and had so much that they've been passing food to others in need. Since 1981, New Challenge Ministries has helped over 7 million people. In early 2021, they moved to a warehouse in Torrance so the food bank could have more room and greater visibility. Their work has grown exponentially, and they continue to help fight food hunger in the South Bay and beyond, with over 2 million people helped last year alone. John grew up knowing what it's like to go hungry and face many life obstacles. He grew up in Montana on a reservation. John believes in helping others by starting off with a successful program of working with people and their families who are experiencing life challenges, and enhancing the organization direction to help fight hunger. John, we thank you very much for all you do and sharing with us tonight.
Thank you. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, let me first say thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for the many and abundant blessings. In your word, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and particular for those assembled council. I am asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our time, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony, even when there's honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their tasks. I pray for their agenda set before them today. Please give them an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Torrance. In your name, amen. Hello?
Thank you, Pastor.
Okay, thank you.
We move on. We'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Monday, March 21st, with the revised agenda posted on Thursday, March 24th.
Take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Honor. Autumn Chairperson, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. 9A, COVID-19 recovery update. 9B, community development. Accept and file Torrance Municipal Airport Zamperine Field noise abatement update. 9C, community services. Provide direction on the 22 Independence Day fireworks display. And item 10A, community development, consider appeal of planning commission approval of conditions permit and precise plan of development throughout the construction operation of automatic car wash on the property located at C3-PP zone at 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard. And please note this item will be taken out of order. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you. We move on to council committee meetings and announcements. First up tonight is Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Good evening. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met earlier today to discuss the mid-year budget review report and proposed program modifications for fiscal year 2022. As of January 31st, 2022, it's projected that the citywide budget will remain balanced. While revenues are positive, projections include a one-time contribution of $10.7 million to the city's self-insurance fund, which is necessary based on the current year's projected trends. This contribution is made possible through substantial revenue recovery and budget actions taken during both the prior year and the October 12, 2021 budget update, holding over 100 positions vacant and one-time revenue resources. The report, along with the approved program modifications, will be brought to the entire City Council for approval on April 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walser.
Good evening. The Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee will meet Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. Please note that the times of this meeting have changed slightly to a 3 p.m. start to a 4 p.m. closing. Topic of the discussion is the conceptual design for the 2023 Torrance Rose Float for approval. We invite the community to join us for this event in the West Annex Commission meeting room. This item will be presented to the City Council from the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee at an upcoming council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am very pleased to announce on behalf of the Torrance Sister City the 47th Annual Bunkasai Japanese Cultural Festival will be held for the first time in 3 years this Saturday and Sunday, or not this Saturday and Sunday, but Saturday and Sunday, April 23rd and April 24th, on both days from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. This will be held at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. There's no cost to join, but there will be food available for purchase. There will be tasty plate lunches, sweets, arts and crafts items, cultural performances, dance, music, martial arts, exhibition, demonstrations, all kinds of fun stuff for the family. Please come on out and support this main fundraiser for our Torrance Sister City Association. And we look forward to sharing all that information that we've been anxious to share with the city over the last couple years. If anybody has any questions about that, you can go to the Sister City organization at torrancesistercity.org, as well as they are in great need of volunteers to help with putting on that this year. Staffing levels are a challenge for everybody, and we need volunteers. So if anybody's interested in being able to volunteer to help with that event, please send an email to torrancesistercityinfo@gmail.com. And one last thing for the Torrance Sister City, they are still taking applications for an English teacher to teach English to the Japanese in our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan. For more details, also see the website. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And those are some of the future things. This Sunday, actually, there's our Cherry Blossom Cultural Festival at Torrance Community Services is hosting at Columbia Park at 4045 190th Street, right at the corner of 190th and Prairie Avenue. It's good from 11 o'clock till 4 o'clock. There'll be lots of entertainment, music, and dance, and it's always a great event. Unfortunately, I think the cherry blossoms were a little uncooperative this year. They bloomed a little bit early, and then the rain came and kind of knocked most of them out of the trees, but there's still a few pink ones up there. But it's a great event, and I hope everybody takes some time on Sunday to stop by. Move on to the National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. The 11th Annual Wyland Foundation National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation returns and takes place this April during Earth Month. I'm excited to join mayors across the country to ask residents to make a long-term commitment to reduce pollution, manage water resources more wisely, and become more active stewards of the community and of our natural resources. I invite all of you to join the City of Torrance in this fun competition and help lead the country in the most number of pledges to conserve water resources, recycle, reduce waste, and protect the environment. Residents also have a chance to win up to $3,000 towards their home utility payments, water-saving fixtures, and hundreds of other prizes, plus one lucky charity from a winning city will receive a 2022 Toyota Highlander Hybrid to serve the community. I want to let everybody or remind people that we actually were the winner of this just not that many years ago in 2015. And that was thanks to the concerted efforts of our community. There were 5 cities that were named as winners for their commitment, and we were one of them because of water-saving choices, pledges to reduce water use at home, around the yard, at work, and in their daily lives, and I know we can do it again. This year, the program includes a broader emphasis on the environmental practices and conservation efforts and asks that residents make simple pledges to use water more efficiently, reduce pollution, and save energy. This year, you'll find a new digital tool called My Volunteer Water Project, giving residents a unique way to do hands-on home, community, and workplace projects in an effort to support the city's sustainability issues. The campaign begins, like I said, April 1st and ends April 30th. Individuals or groups can sign up online during that period. Just go to mywaterpledge, all one word, .com, and make a pledge on behalf of the City of Torrance. Then encourage your family, friends, colleagues, and neighbors to also join in. Be sure to check out the city's website, where you'll also find information about ongoing water-saving projects, along with tips and suggestions on how you can conserve water and ways to be more environmentally friendly. Let's go, Team Torrance. We can win this thing again. Also want to announce the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation, also known as TOCA, is currently planning their annual South Bay Festival of the Arts to be held in person on Saturday, June 25th, 2022, from 1 o'clock till 5 p.m. at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center. This family-friendly event is free to attend and offers entertainment on 3 stages, art vendors, art competition, demonstration, and hands-on art experiences. I know they've been slowed up for the last couple of years because of the pandemic, but I'm sure they're going to go into this full gusto and we'll have a great day. TOCA is currently looking for volunteers and art vendors to participate in the event. If you are interested, please visit their website at www.torrancearts.org to sign up. Again, that's torrancearts.org to sign up on that. And now I'm really pleased to introduce virtually Bruce McCollum. Bruce is a freshman at West High and a Life Scout with the Boy Scouts of America Troop 966. He is calling in today to present his Distinguished Conservation Award project that he's been working on at the Torrance City Yard. The project has raised almost $1,000. He will provide an overview of the project and let you know how you can assist him with conservation efforts. We have Bruce on the line.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, Bruce, go ahead. Give us your best.
All right, thank you. So my name is Bruce McCallum. I am from Troop 966, and I'm currently working on the Distinguished Conservation Award through Boy Scouts of America. The goal of this project is water conservation in Torrance. I am currently working with Tracy Drake, Dave Wallace, and Nicholas Barbieri through Torrance City Park and City Yard. I am building 2 planting tables that are 4 feet by 8 feet and 3 shade structures to cover the tables that are 10 feet by 8 feet and 8 feet tall. I am propagating and planting various native plants at the City Yard. The plants grown at the City Yard will be planted at the Torrance Parks and the City Yard, increasing the number of native plants at the parks in this area and saving water. I'm also handing out flyers to increase Torrance residents' understanding of the importance of native plants. Native plants are incredibly important to conservation as they need less water to grow. They're healthier for soil as they need less pesticide and beneficial to native wildlife while they give us oxygen and reduce erosion. So far, I have put in over 100 hours into designing and building this project. I have scout volunteers that have put in over 50 hours working with me. We have built 2 planting tables. We are mostly done prepping the wood for the shade structures. We've propagated 300 ice plants and planted over 400 seeds. We've handed out over 400 flyers, and I've collected over $1,000 for this project. I have various bits to finish, but I am leading up to a work day at City Yard on Saturday, May 14th, to plant on site and also put up the shade structures. Tonight, I'm really hoping to increase the understanding of this project with all of you at the City Council. I'm looking for volunteers for May 14th, and I'm also hoping to increase my donation amount. This is part 1 of a 2-part project, so there will be a second portion that I will be doing in about a year or so to complete this Scout Award. The second project will also count as my Eagle project. Special thanks to my dad, Evan McCallum, and to Ms. Drake and Mr. Wallace, Mr. Barbieri, and to all of you at the City Council for allowing me to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in, and thank you for your efforts. We look forward to the completion of this project that's really going to make a big difference. We also have Commissioner Funes from our Social Services Commission on the line.
Commissioner Funes, you are now unmuted.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Victoria Funes, and I am a Commissioner for the Social Services Commission, here to announce that the Commission is currently holding the yearly Toiletry Drive, which started on March 21st and is currently running through April 1st. The drive is to benefit organizations that serve people experiencing homelessness. Donation boxes are placed in the Torrance City Hall lobby, the Community Development Permit Center, and the Katy Geisart Library. Subsequently, the Commission held a drive-through toiletry event this past weekend, Saturday, March 26th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. On behalf of the Social Services Commission, we would like to thank all the community members for making the event a success and those that contributed items. We greatly appreciate all the donations. In addition, the Commission received donations of personal and regular-sized hygiene items, such as soap, shampoo, hand sanitizer, toothpaste, toothbrushes, lotion, lip balm, baby wipes, deodorant, and towels. But we are always in need of more donations of new bath towels, socks, and women's hygiene products. The donation drive will benefit local organizations being Harbor Interfaith, Family Promise of South Bay, and 1736 Family Prices, as well as Valerie Hernandez, who is the City of Torrance Outreach Coordinator. Anyone with questions can call 310-618-5880 or email socialservicescommission@torranceca.gov. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, all the members of the commission for what you're doing. We move on to City Clerk Rebecca Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to remind voters that we have an election this June 7th And to become an informed voter, visit the city clerk's website to review campaign statements of the candidates and read their biographies. Review the list of candidate forms and attend. Most forms are free and open to members of the public. The next candidate forum is on March 31st at 7 p.m. at North Torrance High School Library. Visit torranceca.gov/government/city-clerk/election-information. And remember to check your voter registration status at lavote.gov. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, and I see Chief Dumais from the Fire Department is going to make an announcement as well.
Evening, Mayor and Council, Deputy Fire Chief David Dumais. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren next Wednesday, April 6th at 11:30 a.m. That's not this Wednesday, it's next Wednesday. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a great distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. This is only a 5-minute test. During the real emergency, when you hear the siren, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. If you're outside while at home, go inside and close all vents, doors, and windows. Listen for instructions from local cable and the radio. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows, vents, and tune into your local radio at 16:20 a.m. for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Community Relations Division at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts. You can find out more information about Torrance Alerts at the Torrance City webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. We move on to community matters, and for that, I'm going to come down to the podium. 6A is a proclamation declaring April 3rd through the 9th as National Library Week in the city of Torrance. I'd ask Evan Coates, our acting city librarian, to join me at the podium. And we're also going to be later joined by Tony Ye, who is one of our Library Commission chairpersons. And so I would ask Councilmember Kalani, would you do the honor and read this for us?
My honor, Mayor. Thank you. Whereas the Torrance Public Library offers welcoming spaces where individuals come to know themselves and their communities, and whereas the Torrance Public Library serves the community by providing material, programs, and displays designed to celebrate ethnic diversities, diverse cultures, backgrounds, orientations, and abilities of its users. And whereas the Torrance Public Library empowers lifelong learners of all ages to pursue personal passions and educational endeavors in an effort to build a stronger, connected, and equitable society. And whereas the Torrance Public Library connects individuals, local entrepreneurs, and businesses to technological resources necessary to succeed, develop, and mature. And whereas the Torrance Public Library provides access to the arts for all through resources and free workshops that encourage artistic expression, art appreciation, as well as participation.
Now, therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim April 3rd through the 9th, 2022 as National Library Week in the city of Torrance, and I encourage the entire community to use the Torrance Public Libraries, physically and virtually, for resources, connections, and opportunities. Signed this 29th day of March 2022. Evan, you have a few words?
I just want to thank everybody for your continued support for the Torrance Public Library. The last 2 years have been very difficult with COVID-19, but we've been excited to re-envision the way in which we provide services to the community, and we look forward to welcoming you all back into the library's physical spaces.
Thank you very much. Do we have Commissioner Ye on the line?
Call center, do you have Commissioner Ye on the line?
Commissioner Ye, you are now unmuted.
Thank you. Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Tony.
Thank you. As the Chairperson of the Library Commission, it's honored to accept the proclamation from the Mayor of Torrance, Mr. Patrick Fury. Thank you so much for helping the library. We're greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you, Tony. We appreciate what you do on our Library Commission, as well as all the patrons of the city libraries. It is one of the great things that we have in our community, and obviously our main library is named after one of our former mayors who was instrumental in having that building brought here. And if you go back to the history of libraries in the city of Torrance, the first one was started by Mr. Torrance's sister, and in just a little home, and she put together all the books, and what we have now is volumes and volumes of actual books that you can read, but we also have a tremendous virtual ability that people can borrow books virtually from our library system, and there's so many other things that a library provides to a community. Even as Evan mentioned, during the pandemic, tremendous services for the communities, and we certainly appreciate that. And that's why I'm proud to present this proclamation today. Thank you all, and let's turn around and get a photograph.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Smile, Tony. Must have been good. Yeah, maybe that's it. All right, the next item on the agenda will be oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Remember, speakers under orals are limited to either oral communication number 1 or oral communication number 2 at the end of the meeting, and in any event, no longer than 1 minute per speaker. I'll turn this back over to the call center.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin to transfer in the calls. Peter P., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Sure, since Aurelio Matucci likes to currently run his big racist, homophobic mouth, but not to anyone's face, what people should do is confront the racist Aurelios themselves. Aurelio sleeping with more men than most porn actresses have ever slept with, and his ugly son Giuseppe is actually gay, but Giuseppe is tortured keeping the secret from his father because he knows Aurelio would disown him and probably beat him to death if he came out of the closet admitting to Aurelio that he's homosexual, or is afraid Aurelio would try to send him to reparative therapy to cure Giuseppe of being gay. People should go to Aurelio's house and tell Giuseppe that it's okay to be gay and that there's nothing wrong with it. Also, if enough people show up to Aurelio's house, he might pull his gun out and the DA Gascon would charge him for brandishing a weapon the same way they did with Jackie Lacey's husband. That'll teach Aurelio, and then he definitely won't be elected again.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, yes, my name is Karina. I'm here to say the name Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I'm here to remind you once again that your refusal to acknowledge his life is a travesty. I'm here to remind you once again that Matthew Concannon, Brian Kawamoto, and Anthony Chavez need to be fired, these Torrance police officers. I'm here to remind you that every Torrance police officer who participated in the racist and homophobic and anti-Semitic text message scandal needs to be fired. Sad that we have to continue telling you this. The scandal where those officers joked about busting civilians' taillights so that they can pull them over and shoot them. The same acts of violence that they have actually carried out against real people in Torrance. Killing people, not protecting them, and you all are doing nothing. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, say his name. I'm here to remind you, Torrance City Council, to establish a civilian oversight commission like your city was mandated to do by a grand jury. I'm here to implore you again to stop masquerading as public servants when each...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cat B, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I demand justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I demand the firing of officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for murdering Christopher, along with the firing of all officers involved in sending and receiving racist, queer antagonistic, and anti-Semitic texts, and the establishment of an independent civilian oversight commission in Torrance. This council's refusal to follow through with a survey to gauge resident support for a civilian oversight commission is disgusting yet very on brand. The survey would have been a paltry step forward, yet a step forward nonetheless, and you reduced even that possibility to mere pageantry. Your belief that the Police Chief Advisory Board and enforcement of SB2 are sufficient oversight for Torrance PD is delusional, assuming you really even believe that at all, and aren't just pretending to disguise the fact that you don't actually care. Both the Advisory Board and SB2 enforcement directly involve and work with law enforcement. If cops could...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm calling in today enraged by the cowardice of this council for making a motion to block civic engagement by denying Torrance residents the opportunity to be surveyed about the creation of a civilian oversight commission. Not only did you allow the police chief to willfully mislead the public about SB2 while denying us the opportunity to counter his wildly inaccurate claims, you had the audacity to laugh in the face of democracy by ignoring the overwhelming majority of community calls in favor of surveying residents for police oversight. Your disdain for the public and active suppression of civic engagement is fascist. You're all a complete disgrace to the city, and we deserve better. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell deserves better than to be murdered by bigoted, racist, homophobic, anti-Semitic Torrance police officers. Civilian oversight holds power accountable, which is the only path to true justice. Fire murderous officers and repeat offenders Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Kawamoto, and establish civilian oversight.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Donna K., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm a resident of Torrance, California, and I'm in support of establishing rent control in the city of Torrance. Rent is so expensive here that we are unable to afford a decent quality of life and will be forced to move. Rent is going up because landlords are in control. Tenants are at their mercy. I don't think it's fair that I have to move myself and my family out of the city I love because my city is allowing my rent to go up 10%. Torrance needs to consider the livelihood of their residents. AB 1482 is not effective or reasonable. Landlords are gouging us with rent hikes. Please consider my request and the requests of many others that are in support of this initiative. Thank you very much.
The caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand you to fire the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You also need to create a civilian oversight commission for your police department. It's crazy you didn't even ask your citizens if they wanted a civilian oversight committee. You need to stop making excuses for not ensuring police accountability. Your council continuously talks about not wanting to depend on other state or federal institutions or entities, and yet you're now using SB2, which wasn't even designed to replace police oversight commissions, as an excuse to not even ask your citizens what they think. The Police Chiefs Advisory Board is not a civilian oversight committee either, and neither is the review board that will be created and implemented by SB2. You're making more excuses to protect the status quo in your racist police department. You claim the new police chief is doing a good job, and so you don't need a new method of ensuring accountability, but so far the police department hasn't even done anything to earn that trust.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I was watching the State of the City address of Pat Furries 2 weeks ago, and I was wondering how come he did not tell the people the $350 million refinance for the pension plans, and he forgot to tell the people while he was celebrating on drugs there like an idiot. Torrance is number 4 city from the bottom. Only 3 more cities in worse shape than Torrance. Great job, Pat Furry. You should have mentioned that so people could celebrate it. You ruined the city. You ruined the city, Pat Furry. You are the disgrace of the city, Pat Furry. What drugs are you on? What drugs are you on? You are the disgrace of the city. You stupid old fool. Old stupid fool.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up.
Thank you, Mr.
Moving on
Turda.
to the next caller. Danielle J., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fiore and City Council members. I'm here to announce the opening reception for Extraction Earth, Ashes, Dust, Closer Now, Intimacy in a Rehabilitating Society, and the upshot of Trans-Effective Solidarity on Saturday, April 2nd from 6 to 9 p.m. The exhibits will continue through Saturday, May 14th. There will be a curator walkthrough on Friday, April 1st at 2 p.m. On the patio, Memorial to the Future, a structure exhibited at the LA Art Show has been reconfigured and transformed into deconstructed labyrinth. For more information about the museum shows, visit www.torranceartmuseum.com. Here's something new and cool. If you love to own some art and love to support the museum, you can do both. Check out Odyssey online by going to temadvocates.com. Thank you and good night.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Again, I'm here to uplift the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and stand in solidarity with his family. Fire Anthony Chavez, fire Matthew Concannon, fire Brian Kawamoto. Established an independent civilian oversight commission over Torrance PD. Your inability to carry out even a community survey about an independent oversight commission is stunning, given that it is less than the least you can do, but yet it was still something. Different isn't very different than a police chief advisory board. It's the opposite, really. Your lack of understanding or feigned lack of understanding of what SB2 does is insulting. Black Lives Matter. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered. I yield my time.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling once again to demand justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He was murdered over 3 years ago by Torrance police, and to this moment, you have done absolutely nothing to address this heinous act. An act that was committed under the leadership of the police department and with the apparent approval of the city council. Fire officers Matthew Concannon, Anthony Chavez, and Brian Kawamoto established an independent civilian oversight commission, one that provides actual accountability for the police department and gives community members an avenue for recourse when they are abused by police, one that actually inches towards making Torrance a community, the community you claim it to be, particularly for black and brown folks. We demand justice
we are going to continue to show up in the space and hold you accountable. I yield my time.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm uplifting the demand to create an independent civilian oversight commission and fire the officers involved in the racist messaging scandal, especially those responsible for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. The least you could do was approve of the survey for the Civilian Oversight Commission. We're not going nowhere. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I yield my time.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Deonze, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, I would like to demand you create an independent civilian oversight commission and fire the officers involved in the racist messaging scandal, especially the ones responsible for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Jordan, Anthony Chavez, and Matthew Concannon. And it's a shame that we have to come here every night for over a year and ask the same request. And the complicity that you guys are reflecting towards the community is terrible, it's unjust, and we demand oversight for Christopher DeAndre Jordan, or Mitchell, excuse me, and I yield the rest of my time.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. PJ, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, to mirror the sentiment of previous callers, Black Lives Matter. And quick question, when are you all going to start in-person meetings again and actually face your community? Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was killed by your racist Torrance police officers. Fire officers Matthew Concannon, Anthony Chavez, and Brian Calamano, and create an independent civilian oversight commission, a commission that's free from any police meddling, pressure, or persuasion. Also, what happened to that survey that you entertained for literally less than the 15 seconds it took for your officers to kill Christopher DeAndre Mitchell? A survey of community members to decide on an independent civilian oversight committee. What happened to the survey? What happened to the survey? This city council wants to literally do nothing about the racism that moves the...
Mayor, this concludes the 15-minute period for oral communications number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to item 10A. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a continued public hearing, I should say, which is a recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that the City Council deny the appeal and approve a conditional use permit and precise plan of development to allow the construction and operation of an automatic car wash on property located in the C3PP zone at 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard. This matter was set the last time we were here, so no notices were necessary. And there's a staff presentation to update information that was received that was not presented last week or 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I am Leo Orts with the Community Development Department and filling in tonight for Planning Manager Oscar Martinez, who had provided that staff presentation at the last hearing. Tonight we are reconvening a public hearing regarding a proposed car wash facility at 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard. As noted in the staff report, the prior hearing was continued so that staff could review revisions made to the project plans, which had not been previously identified. Staff has now reviewed the revised plans that are before you, and I will provide a brief overview of the revisions made, as well as new conditions of approval recommended by staff. Next slide, please. The project applicant has revised the plans to include, first, a second bailout turn that is now positioned after the pay stations, which resulted in a modification to the parking row. Second, the pay stations repositioned before the second bailout turn. And third, the floor plan was revised so that the customer area is located at the front of the building. Next slide, please. This slide shows the revised site plan, which was included in the hard copy set distributed to the council. On this slide, the site plan is orientated horizontally with Sepulveda Boulevard on the right, north of the project site. The numbers indicate the 3 areas where revisions were made to the plans. Number 1, the second bailout turn. Number 2, the repositioned pay stations. And number 3, the revised floor plan. The overall site layout and circulation remain the same. However, with the pay stations now positioned before the second bailout turn and closer to the entry driveway, the revised 2-lane queue accommodates 10 cars instead of 20, which still complies with the minimum code requirement of 5 cars per lane. To accommodate the second bailout turn, the parking row was modified to create a through lane, which eliminates a vacuum stall, thus resulting in 22 parking spaces total, which is more than double the 9 parking spaces required by code. The car wash building is situated in the same location with a 200-foot setback to Sepulveda Boulevard, a 20-foot setback to the east property line, a 45-foot setback to the west property line, and a 70-foot setback to the rear property line, which all meet or exceed the minimum code requirements. And the building floor area was slightly reduced from 4,794 square feet down to 4,763 square feet. Next slide, please. This slide shows a close-up view of the revised site plan. The red color circles indicate the 3 areas where revisions were made to the plans. Again, number 1, the second bailout turn. Number 2, the repositioned pay stations. And number 3, the revised floor plan. Next slide, please. Since the prior hearing, staff has included new conditions of approval to address concerns that were raised at the prior hearing. A, redesigning the second bailout lane to have its own dedicated lane with clearly delineated curbs. B, adding noise attenuation panels at the tunnel entry to further reduce the potential for any noise perceived by adjacent uses. And C, restricting the exit lane to right turn only onto Sepulveda Boulevard. Next slide, please. This slide again shows the revised site plan. The letters indicate the 3 areas where staff has added conditions of approval. Again, A, the improved design for a second bailout lane. B, concerns with noise. And C, concerns for vehicles exiting the site onto Sepulveda Boulevard. Next slide, please.
Design for it.
And in closing remarks, the location, design, and configuration of the proposed use conforms to the guidelines of the general plan with respect to land use, noise, and circulation, as well as conformance with the Torrance Municipal Code and the development standards that were established for car wash facilities, which were adopted by the City Council in 2018. Therefore, the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director is that City Council deny the appeal and adopt a resolution approving the project. Next slide, please. With that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for your time. That concludes staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Orts. Are there any questions from the council concerning this update? I see none at this time, so you can have a seat. And now, I think the logical way to proceed at this point is to have the person who is developing the property with the car wash come back on the line and proceed with any additional information that you may have concerning these changes, and then some questioning by council, and then we will have the appellate come back on and address this modification in the plans, and then we will open it up to the public. So are there any do we have the project developer on the line?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, please proceed. Perfect, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Pegga Fazeli, and I am the owner of this project. I will be speaking today in place of my husband, Jake Fazeli, who spoke at the last meeting and who couldn't be here today.
Thank you. We just really need you to address the revised plans that were presented to us, and then council, I'm certainly will have some questions.
Perfect. So really, I mean, the main change from the last council meeting was really that bailout lane that we wanted there from the get-go, as it's necessary for cars that either couldn't pay or that are too tall to enter the tunnel. So that's where that lane is right now. And I'd be happy to address any of the concerns of the council or the community at large, but I don't want to do that at this time if that's inappropriate.
No, that's what I think we were looking at because it wasn't there before, and now it's been provided. I'm sure the appellant has some issues to address with it, and then the public will be heard. And then we'll come back at the end and give you 5 minutes or so to sum it up, as we will with the appellant as well. Okay? So stand by.
Perfect. That sounds great.
All right. Thank you. Is the appellant on the line?
I'm at your service. Good evening.
Good evening. Proceed, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for spending some time with us again tonight. About the changes, the only thing that I see wrong is the fact that, as it was pointed on the 15th, there's going to be only a right turn exit at this car wash going east towards Crenshaw and Sepulveda, and the only place that legally is to be used as a U-turn would be the next street light, and I don't think the neighbors there would like to have that extra U-turns going on, and that's the only other thing that I see at this moment that I need to point out.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine, and like I mentioned before, you'll have 5 minutes after we hear from the public as well. We'll have yourself as well as the project owner address us at that time. Let me see if any of the council members have any questions of the appellant. No, I see, Council Member Kalani?
Not of the appellant, I'm sorry.
No, there's no questions for you. So stand by, listen to the comments by the public. And if I could get a read from the call center, how many calls we have?
Mayor, we currently have 14 callers on the line. 14?
Okay, so
Correct.
we'll do 2 minutes per caller and a half-hour cap. So we'll start now at 7:43, and we'll take testimony, and then we'll go back to the appellant and the project person.
Jose A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, I wanted to say that I work nearby, so allowing this car wash bill will be an incredible convenience. I'm on 237th and Crenshaw behind Polly's. A new, clean, affordable car wash in this area will be a great value, and I don't see any negatives. They're going to bring employment to the community, and the U-turn lane that they're talking about would, is a very minuscule situation. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I yield my time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Charles B., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank each of you for your time and service to our city. My concern is in regards to the proposed car wash being directly adjacent to the YMCA outdoor daycare and numerous residential homeowners. Everyone is well aware of the deafening roar of the blowers. I believe it was Mr. Griffith who described it in the last meeting as that of a jet engine. An 8-foot wall offers little protection to the children as well as the adjacent homes that are all 2-story. So ask yourself the following. If I would I want one next to my house for my child's daycare operating from 7 a.m. until 7:30 p.m. 7 days a week? If your answer is no, and I suspect that it is, then please cast your vote accordingly. If our roles were reversed, I would certainly afford each of you the same courtesy. Thank you, and I cede the remainder of my time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Tony R., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Tony, actually. I'm not sure what you called me, but I think the developer already showed how inept they are at the last meeting by not even having the simple plan address of bailout lane that you guys had to bring up for them. I'd like you to show how much you care about this great city by voting against this initiative for a car wash in our neighborhood and backyards. I live on 226th Street, one parcel away from the proposed location, so I'm particularly disturbed by it. And for what? Another car wash. Realize that there are already 4 car washes within a 1 mile radius of my house. And do you think this would be allowed in Orange County's finer neighborhoods? Are you going to allow them to come over here and adversely affect one of LA County's great neighborhoods? The health hazards from the chemical byproducts near thousands of residents on either side of Sepulveda, as well as the nearby elementary school and park, are dangerous and irresponsible. And another health hazard will come in the form of traffic accidents and stress from overwhelming traffic this car wash will bring. I live in Marble Estates, where Hickory Park and Hickory School are located. I went to Hickory from 1st to 8th grade and to Torrance High. I've seen this town get so congested that it's hardly recognizable. This car wash will bring thousands of cars per hour, and it's the last thing Southern California's hidden gem needs. The noise pollution is going to...
That caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Valerie H., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Valerie. Okay, this is Valerie, and I have a lot of concerns. I do live in the Hickory Park area, and one of my major concerns is the traffic impact. The size of that lot, for one thing, is not that big. It's got high walls on both sides. Those loud engine noises are going to go everywhere into those 4 people back behind, but also on both sides. And the traffic between Sepulveda and Madrona, and Sepulveda and Crenshaw, and then you've got Sepulveda and Little Hickory. And if they're going to turn an out lane where they're going to come and make U-turns at Hickory, we already got a school that during the day is that site is so impacted already, along with the fact that we have restaurants right there, and it's the whole street, as we all know, is very impacted. And to have everyone lining up in a turning lane to try to make turns to get into a car wash is going to impact and back up all the way probably to Hickory, and sometimes all the way to Maple. So I just really feel that it's not something that's going to bring anything to our community. It's not going to help our community anyway. We've already got 4 of them. They make a lot of noise. If you notice, they have open air around them. But this is going to be compacted and nowhere for that noise to go except in and cause an issues locally. So I would just like to say, of course, that I'm opposing this. Thank you for your time.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, Mayor Furry and council members. The residents of Torrance have elected you all in the best interest of our city, Torrance. Your responsibility should be to us, deciding what outside businesses we want in our neighborhoods, close to our schools and homes. But no, Again, a proposal for a jumbo car wash is brought to the table again. Why is it so important to the council that we establish a fourth car wash within 1 mile of each other? Just a few years ago, the same residents told the same council no to the proposal then. My neighborhood then filled your council meeting seats to show you how strongly we were against any car wash. Please listen to the concerned people of Torrance. No to car wash on Sepulveda next to YMCA. And also another thing of my concern, please open up the council meetings to the public again. We look forward to returning back to normal and helping our city to recover. We have more serious issues facing us rather than another proposal for a car wash. Please open so that the voters can get there and show you in person what we want and we don't want. Thank you very much.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Annie K., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We live behind the proposed car wash in Marble Estates. We are asking the City Council to approve the appeal Ali Sayer submitted and to deny the building of the car wash on 2880 Sepulveda. Contrary to what was stated by the architectural firm 2 weeks ago, Torrance Car Wash at the corner of Crenshaw and Sepulveda is an express car wash. If the Fazeli family wants to build a car wash, please choose a place that does not directly back up and faces residential properties. Neither of the two car washes on Sepulveda, the Madrona and the Torrance Car Wash, is located near residential homes. In addition, the 3 car washes, the studies were done for queuing data located in Santa Ana, La Puente, and Bellflower, are located in large commercial areas and do not reflect the proposed location of this car wash. The traffic noise study looks like it was done in September of 2021, where many were still not driving to work. It is as if Kimley and Associates are comparing apples and zebras. We are concerned citizens of Torrance, and we will vote in the coming elections accordingly. Thank you for listening. No to the car wash.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Martin A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to call in because, honestly, I feel like our community seems to have lost sight of the fact that this person is ready to put time and money into repairing a lot that was essentially falling apart, and how the large number of homeless people, which I would say was worse for the city and its surrounding property values. Pretty much the car wash would be something that many people can make use of, including myself, due to the fact that I only have a carport and can't wash my car at home. I'm also not a huge fan of the gas station car washes, which tend to leave your car worse. But overall, I'm in favor of the project, and thank you for your time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Ray A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I just want to say hi to Honorable Mayor and the council members. I want to say that, I take my kids to YMCA for summertime. We don't really need another dirty pollutant next to our YMCA. And also, as you know, there's a big long-term care facility behind this proposed car wash. And this is a transitional place that people come from hospital to go to their home, and they're going to be big time impacted. Also, across the street is an environmentally protected marsh that is going to also be main concern for me, that is going to cause pollution and toxic waste probably leaking to that place. The traffic and noise is a major issue. We don't need another car wash. We have a very well car washes, 4 of them around our facilities and around our proposed facilities. We don't need any more car washes. Look at what Costco did to the Lomita Boulevard. It's traffic, it's noise, it's horrible what it did to the traffic in Lomita Boulevard. We don't need that, and mainly, I have a feeling for all the people who live behind this facility, they're going to live behind it. They're going to have a horrible time listening to these blowers for 14 hours a day, causing so much noise, and all the vacuum motors that it has to be also placed in that neighborhood, and all my kids and my friends' kids that they go to YMCA. Just think about them, that they have to listen and smell the car wash, and all those vacuums they're going to put.
That caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephen A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
First, I want to thank you guys for taking my call. I think a new, modern, quality car wash would be great for the city of Torrance. I currently have to travel outside of our city limits to find a good car wash, and I'm sure others are like me. I'm going outside our city limits, getting my car washed, getting lunch, shopping. That's money that could be going to our local businesses in Torrance. I think it's traffic that we need in our city. Another comment is just we're talking about a modern car wash here. Things like water conservation, which is a big focus for us this month. This is a car wash that's going to do that, built with that focus in mind. Things aren't as loud. Like, these other car washes are loud, but this is a newer, more modern, as I've been saying. Blowers aren't going to be as loud. Vacuums aren't going to be as loud. And I just really think the traffic coming in financially is going to be great for the area and really help us out. And I'm totally in favor of the car wash. Thank you for your time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Mark M., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, hi. I agree totally with Tony and Valerie. I'm neighbors with Valerie, and the last thing we need is another car wash. There's so many car washes now. A Tunnel Master car wash is not a modern car wash. We got noise, traffic. I know you all have driven on Sepulveda Boulevard now, and the traffic and the speed on that road is crazy. Anything extra load on that road is going to be just like the gentleman talked about Costco. The one good thing I could say about a car wash is you're going to need that to wipe all the bird dew off your cars when every time the blower runs, you're going to disturb those ducks over there at the Madrona Marsh. That's a nice, quiet place. And now, I don't know if you can destroy it or not, but it won't be nice and quiet. It's the only refuge people or animals have any sense of normalcy in the city. So I would just encourage you to vote no, just because of the traffic. It's already bad enough out there. But save the birds, please. And a side note, I'll go off topic for a minute about the police activity. For the family that's looking for answers on that, I would say don't commit the crime, don't evade arrest, don't resist arrest. There's your answer right there. It's always the same thing. So hooray to the Torrance Police Department. Thank you for your time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Lauren. Your 2 minutes begins now. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Thank you. This is Lauren. I'm calling about the car wash. I've been told by many of the people in my district, which is right above that they really don't want it. They've got plenty of car washes. I feel really bad for the investor. I love the fact that somebody's bringing a business into our community, but I think what we really need is restaurants where we can sit down and break bread together instead of these drive-thrus and these drive-through car washes. We need to get back to being a community instead of division. So my vote is no. If I were there, I would say no. And thank you for listening. Oh, maybe you guys should make a resolution with no more car washes in our city. We've got plenty. Thanks.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Sean R., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. And I'm opposing on the car wash. We already have so many car washes. This is unbelievable that we can come up with another car wash in this area. And also, the place we're living in right now is nice and quiet area. Putting that car wash brings a lot of crowd, traffic, noise, and environmental pollution. So it's a lot of bad impacts is going to happen in the area. The person who was in favor of that car wash, he couldn't pick any 5 benefits to bring the car wash to the area. And we're living in a nice neighborhood. It's a quiet neighborhood, and he wants they can come up with anything, like a restaurant, apartments, or anything. But that place is going to bring a lot of traffic, which is my concern. Is this is going to be a very healthy, health hazard for every kid crossing the roads, going to the school, and YMCA just next door. They have childcare, and their playground is open, and the vacuum section, all the mist, they're going to go into the heart. They will breathe the mist. I will strongly oppose about the car wash, and as the next caller before me mentioned, that we should make a resolution that there will be no more car wash in Torrance area. We have enough. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Porchop, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
It's Porchop here, and as all you know, Porchop is for business, because business brings jobs and tax dollars into the city. And since the city is prohibited washing cars on the street and water coming out to the street from residential neighborhoods, and I'm for the car wash and the business and the tax dollars it would bring and the people it would hire. And I also wondering how come everybody has to bend over and beg the city for a permit after all the requirements are met. So I'm sure the planning department wouldn't sign off on a project like this if they did not comply with all the rules. So I urge you to let this car wash to be built and operated. It's more money to the city and more jobs for the people. And in the pig in the middle, spell my name now. I use my time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Matul, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, I wanted to call and say that I strongly oppose this car wash. Earlier in this council meeting, there was a high school student that mentioned, sustainability in Torrance, and a car wash does exactly the opposite of that, talking about more water usage, especially during a drought, right? Second, the studies that were provided in regards to this car wash were flawed. They're based on estimates for the data counts on traffic and estimates on the noise decibels. These are not actual conditions, so you cannot count that and say that because of these studies it is okay. The next point I want to make is the concerns that Councilmember Matucci brought up in the last meeting about, motorists that are queued up in this line are blasting their radios, have loud car exhaust. How do we alleviate the noise from that? There's nothing we can do about that. And last, I just want to close my comments by saying, the pandemic has really made us value life at home. Many of us now work from home. We spend more time at home. This area is already densely populated, so any new development is to fill a lacking need with the limited amount of space that we have. We already have enough car washes. We don't need another one. Please do not put the interests of a development group before the interests of your residents. Where once again, there has been overwhelming opposition based on the supplemental comments and letters that have been submitted. If you have any reservations whatsoever about this project, you must not agree with it and be the voice for us residents. Please ask yourselves, would you want to live next to a car wash? Thank you.
D, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now. Nancy, are you still on the phone?
Hi, yes.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nancy. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my briefing on this. I find this to be an irrational move because there's already 4 car washes that I live near, and this does not make any sense fiscally to the city of Torrance. So I don't see why they wouldn't want to put a restaurant or anything that would benefit the whole community as a whole. Secondly, I've got kids at the YMCA. I'm a stay-at-home mom, especially since the pandemic, and the noise that's going to cause is going to be disruptive. And I just find this to be just a poor decision on all counts. So that's my take. Thank you so much.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mark N., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yeah, hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you for taking my call. I think a lot of people already brought up a lot of the points that I was going to bring up, but one thing that I think they didn't address from the previous meetings, I actually watched that one also, was just the pollution that's going to be around and affect the YMCA. And then there's that tutor time also in the corner that I think people are forgetting, that there's two child care facilities nearby. And then on top of that, there's already a car wash, the Torrance car wash down the street, which does have an express lane, like somebody else mentioned. And then there's the Madrona car wash. And, both of those car washes are pretty much walking distance from this car wash. So it kind of doesn't really make sense. I don't understand why we're, trying to put another car wash in. So I would just ask that you vote no on this, and that I oppose this also. Thank you for your time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. D.A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now. D.A., are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am. Hi, Mayor and council members. I would like to oppose this car wash. And what I worry about is the noise and the environmental pollution, as well as the children in the surrounding area. We already have, the YMCA and the tutor time surrounding it. Tutor time has very young children next door. Along that line, we have an elementary school and a park nearby. I don't think this was taken into consideration. I also worry about the traffic from the school pickup and drop off, children walking home across Sepulveda. I think it's just a safety issue that we're talking about at that point. In terms of the car washes, there are already express car washes nearby. It was previously stated that there are not similar car washes, that that was misleading. If they're misleading about that, I'm not sure what else they're misleading just to get this passed. They also mentioned that the community wanted this. Clearly, after all these calls and emails, they didn't ask the community at all. Thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
That caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Wona, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, did you call Wana?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I urge you to deny this project for all the negative impact on the neighborhood. It will be lower property value. No one wants to buy a house that is next to a car wash. And the negative impact on the quality of life, my family's, and the neighborhood's life. And then there's the public safety with all the cars going in and out. There's a school near
nearby and the YMCA, and with all the kids walking to school. And then you have all these cars going in and out. And then singing. Why should you give a special conditional use permit for this horrible project to our neighborhood? And then we are all talking about environmental friendly now. This project creates pollution and noise. Just think of all the poor wildlife in the Madrona Marsh. And many speakers mentioned about the car wash. How many car washes we have in the neighborhood already. We don't need another one in our backyard. And I have a question for the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director. Why is this project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act? Where is this harsh chemical, acid, and corrosive cleaner going? In our neighborhood, why are they exempt from this study, Environmental Quality Act?
That caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ron B., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now. Ron B., are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Ron Butterworth. I'm calling to oppose the car wash. I was going to go into the things, but people have pretty well covered what I was going to say. However, one thing I would like to mention, I'm 83 years old, and I don't have a real good memory, but not too many years ago, another car wash was going to be built on Sepulveda, and it was soundly defeated. And now we're back here again. I'm wondering if anyone in the Planning Commission mentioned to these people that what they're trying to do was soundly beat one time once before. We have car washes, 4 of them in Torrance. You got the one at Crenshaw and Sepulveda, Madrona and Sepulveda, downtown Torrance, and Costco. No one's mentioned Costco. They wash a lot of cars and very inexpensive. We don't need the noise and the pollution and the added traffic on Sepulveda. The traffic study, I understand, was done in 2021. I go up and down Sepulveda almost every day, and a lot of times sometimes it's 2 stoplights for me to get through by the YMCA at that stoplight. We don't need the traffic. We don't need another car wash. I hope that you'll vote against it. Thank you very much for taking my time.
Mayor, this concludes the 30-minute comment period for item 10A. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on back to, I believe the first one will be the proponent for the project, the car wash developer. If you're on the line, you have 5 minutes to give us your summation as to why this project should be approved.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the public for their comments and to the council members for their time and attention to this project. I'd really like to make sure that the community understands that the only way a small businesswoman like myself can be successful is when it's in a symbiotic relationship with this community. And the best way to do that here is to ensure that the community has accurate information to understand what we are really building here. I have heard the concerns of the opposition, both at the last hearing and today, and I'd like to stress that what you're hearing today is really the voice of one person and not necessarily a large group from the community. Unfortunately, the opposition has spread misinformation by vandalizing the property with a banner about what he thinks this project is and has riled up the community based on this false information. This property has been a part of my family for 40 plus years. My parents actually got married in the building, and much of my family still resides in the area. I have 2 small children myself, and I drive an electric vehicle because I very much believe in a better environment for our children. Pollution is very important to me personally, and this car wash will have absolutely no negative impact on the environment. There are no VOCs used, and the only product that is used in the wash is soap that you could buy at Pet Boys and use at home by hand. Acidic chemicals are used by touchless car washes, which we are not. There are significantly more VOCs off-gas inside a typical retail store or restaurant due to MDMF wood use than anything that would be caused by this car wash. The soap itself is contained within the structure and sprayed in the middle of the tunnel, not at the ends. 100% of the water is recaptured by our system, with 80% being completely recycled and reused, and the remaining 20% used for other purposes, such as soap. This is more environmentally friendly than any other car wash that we've been compared to today, and certainly more than a home wash. In regards to the other washes in the area, none of them do what we do. They waste more water, they do not have quiet blowers, and they do not allow for quick washes for customers along with vacuum use. They have a completely different model than what we are proposing. We plan on capturing people who want a quick and affordable wash in a clean environment, which does not currently exist. We want to bring a superior wash to help encourage water recycling with a building that will be aesthetically pleasing to the community, bringing up the value of surrounding homes and businesses. Traffic and car pollution is also not a concern, as studies show that most customers for a car wash are already driving on Sepulveda and will simply make a quick 5 to 10 minute detour for a wash, with half the time the cars being off while using the vacuums. Traffic impacts are much larger in a typical drive-through, such as a Wendy's or Taco Bell that are both nearby, or a large apartment building, as some of the opposing emails expressed. With only an average of 500 cars a day and ample queuing space, there will be no material increase in traffic. Studies also show that people will not drive more than 8 minutes out of the way to go to a car wash, so we will not be bringing in more cars that wouldn't otherwise be in the area. Lastly, noise is also not a concern, as our noise study has shown that we are below residential noise study standards at 55 decibels, which is akin to 2 people speaking at a normal volume. This is also true for the adjacent commercial properties, which have a higher 60 decibel limit. However, we are aware that there are youth programs at the adjacent properties, which is why it was important to us to be far below the commercial standard, and we have held ourselves to the higher residential standard. We will have an attendee on site at all times to regulate noise from the vehicles on the property, a feature that is not present in a typical drive-through or any retail parking lot. We are planning to pay significantly more for a quiet, state-of-the-art blower to ensure that there will be absolutely no increase in noise than what is currently the case for the adjacent properties. With that being said, I ask that you please approve this project based on the facts presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we go to the appellants, I'm going to ask my colleagues if there's any questions for you. I see no questions, so thank you very much for your testimony, and we'll go to the appellant now. Is the appellant on the line? And the appellant will
Good evening again, yes.
You'll have
Thank
5
you, Your
minutes.
Honor. Yes, I appreciate it, and I will use as much as I can. Again, thank you again for your time. Thank you for paying attention to the concerns of the citizens, of the neighbors. I think the calls can kind of reflect the whole tone of the neighborhood. Back to first things first, I want to defend myself for the slander and defamation that I'm getting. I did not do any kind of graffiti on anybody's property. I have nothing to do with any of the signage that's been on the city or any kind of coercion or any of that sort. None of my best buddies have called in to say they're for car wash, not mine. The only reason that I decided to appeal this was because nobody else would, because nobody thought that anybody would listen to them. And that's the whole thing. And I can hear the tone of my neighbors. The tone of voice in their neighbors is telling me they're desperate. They need their Torrance people to hold their hands and tell them that no car wash is needed in this area. You know my reasons. You know everybody else's reasons. I don't mean any disrespect towards the proponents of this project. I just want to tell you this. If you really think so, come and live next to it for 6 months. Let's see how you feel. Let's see how you feel about Saturdays and Sunday afternoons when those blowers, that the quietest ones, are available at Costco, and there are no other ones available unless you pay 3 times what you're paying for right now. It still wouldn't be quiet. Those cars on those 3 lanes going east are going to cause accidents, are going to cause sounds, and are going to be nuisance to me and my neighbors, not to developer, as we said, as I heard, out of Orange County. With all due respect, young lady, I knew your family, I know you guys, and I don't appreciate slander. And having said that, I just want to say this. I call this home. I call Torrance home. This is my hometown, has been for 35 years. Every inch of this city is the makeup of itself as a whole, along with its residents. All of it is gold. It's made up pure gold. Now, my dear mayor and the council and people listening, think of it this way. Would you like to put a cubic zirconium on a 24-carat piece of proper gold, or would you rather put a diamond on it? This project is nothing by zirconium. Put on this property something that means something memorable, so we could remember the developers in a good way and say, oh my God, they really actually did do something well for our neighborhood. Other than that, I don't think noise, traffic, pollution, water usage, or any of this stuff would be anything that would not be a nuisance in my life. Thank you again. This is my Torrance. I love my Torrance. I love you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm at your service.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have questions for the appellant? I see no questions. So I should put out there that we've also received a number of emails and other written correspondence from the public on this, and that's all part of this record on item 10A tonight, as well as it was at our last hearing. So if no one further wishes to be heard, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Before we go back and forth and speak as council members, I wanted to point out that the city does not build car washes, and we are not in the business of asking people to put car washes in our community. That's a business decision. In this instance, apparently come to by the property owner and the developer of the car wash. I know we've heard an awful lot about car washes using or being impacts to the environment, and they were at one point, but my understanding is what the testimony was based is that it uses less water than somebody who's washing their vehicle at home. I learned that a long time ago, and the regulations require them to recycle the water so the water doesn't get wasted. So we're hearing a lot of hyperbole about that. I heard a number of people say, how about a restaurant? I think, if memory serves me correct, there was a restaurant there for 30-some years, and that's up to a restaurant developer. And that is one of the most difficult businesses to continue on. Restaurants are known to fail in their first 1 to 2 years, and then they become vacant. And like I said, we would like every business to come to our community. I think a lot of people would probably say, wow, it would really be nice to have an Apple store. Would you like to have an Apple store there? A lot of people would like that. But some people would probably not like that because of the traffic that it brings, as well as the noise that would be there and all the other things. So, you know, we do our best as a city to do economic development. We allow people to know what we have for them, and we help them through the process. We don't recruit people for specific properties. That would be a realtor's job, not a city's job. But we do usher them through the process and make sure that CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, is conformed with. And in this case, it's covered under the guidelines, section 15332, and it's an infill development, so CEQA is not appropriate for this. Somebody actually mentioned apartments, an apartment building there. And again, I know of another site in our town where the community opposed what the developer wished to place there, and they got their way, and that did not go forward, and it came forward as an apartment development. And I don't know if they're really happy with what the secondary approach was. But I've listened to all the testimony, and the ones that really meant the most to me was the next door neighbors, the YMCA. And the YMCA has youth and senior programs that are there, and they based it upon where they're located and what's located next to it. And so I really give a lot of credence to the neighbors, the true next door neighbors. I have no idea who put a full page ad in the local newspaper with all of our beautiful pictures in there and encouraging people to write into us and call us. As I said, we did receive a number of emails, not an inordinate amount, probably 30, 40 perhaps. And we've had somewhere near 20 telephone calls tonight. When you consider we're a city of 147,000 people, it's, kind of like a little blip. Certainly you guys are interested in this, as I am interested in this. But it was a full-blown campaign against the car wash. So that's what we received. Turn this over to some of my colleagues. Councilmember Griffiths, do you have some comments? Or?
Yeah, a couple of things. First, I want to disclose that I have visited the property on a number of occasions and also inspected the interaction with the neighboring properties on all sides. But my decision will be based on the testimony heard here tonight. My concerns with the project are many of the similar concerns we may have heard through the emails and comments from the public tonight. The car wash proponent may have purchased or planned to purchase very quiet fans, but it's hard for me to imagine that a car wash is a quiet type of item to have as a neighbor, even with the best of fans. And it's not just the noise from the facility itself, but it's the noise from the cars that would be in the property that really there's no way to control. We all have witnessed cars that come in with loud exhausts, blaring radios and things like that, and with the car wash opening at 7:30 or so in the morning, and I don't think people would appreciate that, especially residential neighborhoods would appreciate hearing that, waking up on a Sunday morning. Another big concern that I have is the traffic ingress and egress coming off of Sepulveda. It's not at a corner, it's in the middle of a block. I think as it's laid out, there's a tremendous opportunity for incidents with traffic making left turns in or out, creating a very hazardous condition. I've personally been at the YMCA many, many times, and I happen to know for a fact that along the wall immediately adjacent to the proposed plan, as some people have mentioned on the calls tonight, is the children's playground. And there's also a preschool on the east side. And I think that the exhaust fumes and the noise are going to create an inhospitable environment for the kids that would be on either side of the project. So in general, I'm opposed to the project, and I just want to add one potential condition, if for some reason it does get approved, that there be a berm installed in the middle of Sepulveda to prevent left turns in and out of the project. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members wish to be heard? I see none. Does the council wish to take action?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to move that we uphold the appeal and deny the project.
Second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the residents and citizens of our community for your patience and getting back to us today, 2 weeks after this original hearing started. Appreciate your ability to do that. And we're now moving on to item 8, our consent calendar.
We need a resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a resolution?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, a resolution will be brought back that reflects that. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it appears so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, we're moving on to item 8, our consent calendar. Any council members wish to remove any items listed under the consent calendar? I see none, and we've taken public comments, so I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9A from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update. Mr. Shabaria.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, Autumn Torrance, City Manager. Item 9A is our monthly update on COVID-19. Yesterday, LA County Department of Public Health reported 22,611 old-time COVID cases in the city of Torrance, which is 354 new cases since March 1st, 2022. In addition, the county reported 298 COVID-related deaths in the city, which is an increase of 10 deaths since March. We are in the process of analyzing the data as requested by Councilman Griffiths at our last meeting, and we'll be back in the next update to show you the month-to-month, year-to-year numbers. As you all know, we continue our reconstitution efforts, and on March 23rd, 2022, LA County Department of Health revised the health officer order, which will go into effect on April 1st, 2022. It's not a joke. According to the modified order, P-entry vaccine verification or proof of a recent negative test result for attendees of indoor mega events will be lifted, and attendee masking updated to strongly recommend regardless of vaccination status. The SMARTER plan is as the state continues to move forward with the SMARTER plan, the state's strategic approach to coronavirus mitigation and recovery. They have set forth goals to measure success, including the ability to administer 200,000 vaccines per day, maintain a stockpile of 75 million masks, and maintaining wastewater surveillance in all regions. This is an early indicator system whether or not there is a spike in COVID cases. For a complete list of goals, visit covid19ca.gov/smarter. The Cal OSHA COVID-19 Emergency Temporary Standards, also known as ETS, remain in effect and must be enforced at the workplace. This includes the requirement that workers in the following sectors must wear a mask regardless of vaccination status: public transit, emergency shelters and cooling and heating centers, healthcare settings, state and local correctional facilities and detention centers, homeless shelters, and long-term care settings and adult senior care facilities. Just today, an article came out about LA County getting ready to administer the second booster shot to individuals who may qualify. Additional information will follow. In regards to testing, the City of Torrance continue our efforts to provide access to COVID vaccine testing sites. Currently, testing is available in Torrance 7 days a week with 5 different locations. I encourage the public to visit cityoftorranceca.com. The BA2, sometimes referred to as stealth Omicron, has become the dominant variant of the coronavirus around the world. The World Health Organization announced earlier this month. BA2 is believed to be driving an increase in COVID-19 cases in several countries, including in much of Europe, and raising numbers in LA County, with some awareness of spring maybe seeing an increase. We urge the community to remain diligent in COVID safety practices and for our high-risk communities to take appropriate precautions. And as far as vaccine update, as a reminder, everyone 5 years of age and older is now eligible to get a COVID-19 vaccination. Everyone age 12 and older is eligible for a booster shot. According to the CDC, the best thing we can do to limit virus spread and mutations to get vaccinated and get booster if you're eligible. And then lastly, the health and safety of our employees, their families, and our community members is of paramount importance, as it has been over the last 2 years. I would like to once again thank city staff and residents for their continued efforts to keep our numbers of positive cases to a minimum. And Your Honor, as you mentioned, we wrapped up our daily COVID-19 show. Huge credit and thank you to all the team at Cable Community Relations. They literally worked nonstop for 2 years to bring the updates to the community. So thank you to Michael Smith, Jamie Lay, Jane Chan, as well as Jin Chan, as well as all of our hosts and support team for their efforts. We will continue to provide updates, and we hope to stay the course. But however, we'll be prepared should there be an increase in cases. Myself, Chief DeMay, and Jamie Lay are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center? I've called in on 9A.
No one for item 9A, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll take a motion to accept and file.
Move to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B, as in boy, from Community Development, to accept and file the Torrance Municipal Airport, Zamperini Field noise abatement update. I'm sorry, did I miss something?
May I recuse myself, please, from this item?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani is recusing herself on this item, and she has left the dais. Ms. Ramirez.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, council members. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before the City Council is an update on the noise abatement program, including noise monitoring system, early left turn, and airport operations. Starting off with noise monitoring system, the city has been without a system since October 2020. On December 14, 2021, the City Council awarded a consulting service agreement for a noise monitoring system to Casper Airport Solutions. Since that time, the agreement has been executed and is in place. In addition, Casper has obtained their business license, assigned a project manager and an account manager to the city, inspected the existing noise monitors, and have held several meetings with staff, including a project kickoff meeting. There are a total of 7 monitors that have been strategically placed around the airport. 5 of the monitors will remain in place and are anticipated to be up and running in June, if not sooner. 2 other monitors are currently being evaluated to determine if they need to be moved due to the interference of surrounding trees, or if the trees can be trimmed so that the monitors are able to remain in place. If the monitors need to be relocated, then it would take a little more time to get them up and running, with an anticipated operational date being in July. Casper has developed a project timeline based on the above information and will be holding bi-monthly meetings with staff. Any changes to the project timeline will be reported to the City Council. In regards to early left turns, the Torrance Municipal Code states, and I quote, "Aircraft taking off to the west shall not turn left until they have either reached the ocean or attained an altitude of 1,500 feet. However, in 2020, a member of the Torrance Airport Association reached out to the Federal Aviation Administration, otherwise known as the FAA, to inquire if the subject section of the Torrance Municipal Code was enforceable by the city. The FAA's response was the city's code was not enforceable as it pertains to flight path, which is under the jurisdiction of the FAA exclusively. While staff recognizes that the FAA is responsible for handling all aircraft flight patterns, it was always staff's understanding that the applicable code section was enforceable as it was pre the Airport Noise and Capacity Act of 1990, otherwise known as ANCA, and an important part of the Airport Noise Abatement Program. Staff has been trying to get clarity on this issue from the FAA since they issued the letter to the member of the Torrance Airport Association in November 2020. Recently, the City Attorney's Office received verbal verification that from the FAA that the subject section of the Torrance Municipal Code is not enforceable by the city, as they consider it within their purview since it deals with flight path regardless of the city's noise ordinance. The FAA is supposed to be following up with a formal letter reiterating that the city cannot enforce the early left-hand turn provision of the Torrance Municipal Code. As staff has developed a good rapport with the air traffic controllers, staff will continue to work with them in requesting that they deny a pilot's request for an early left-hand turn, as well as work with the pilots to gain their cooperation. Controllers are also very good at reminding the pilots of the city's noise ordinance. Staff will also continue to send out informational notices under a fly-friendly program to those pilots that request and are granted an early left-hand turn. Moving on to airport operations. Over the last 3 decades, overall airport operations, as reported by the FAA, have seen a decrease in flights from an average of 200,917 flights between 1990 and 1999 to an average of 120,205 flights between 2010 and 2019. In 2020, airport operations saw more than an 11% decrease from 2019, which was partly attributed to the coronavirus pandemic. As travel opened up again in 2021, the number of flights increased by over 20% from 2020 and 8.5% from 2019. Part of the reason for this increase in airport operations is related to the surge of student pilots. The airport is home to 7 flight schools. All 7 flight schools have seen an increase in flying lessons over the last year, as commercial pilots are highly sought after by airlines due to the future mass exodus of pilots as they reach the mandatory retirement age of 65. To combat the current shortage of pilots, airlines have begun to offer a range of financial incentives to help the cost for prospective pilots to obtain their commercial license. Based on the current trend, it is possible that all of the flight schools at the airport could see the amount of hours serviced by each school continue to rise compared to pre-pandemic numbers, which would generate an increase in the overall operation numbers of the airport. That concludes staff's presentation, and if there are any members of the council have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Are there any questions from the council? I see Councilmember Matucci was the first one in.
Thank you. Appreciate the update. I have a question about the early left turn. I know this has been going back and forth for a while. What, if anything, let's say that we decided, no, we want to enforce the early left turn. What are the ramifications of the FAA? What can they do to us if we say, no, we want our residents to not have planes over their head at 300 feet, full throttle? What can the FAA do to us?
Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. I was the one who spoke to the FAA. The FAA's goes back to the City of Burbank versus Lockheed case from '73, which they view this early left turn as a control of flight. The city has always interpreted it as a noise ordinance, but what cuts against that for the city's perspective is it's located in a section of our code called takeoffs and landings. And everything else in there is about takeoffs and landings. So the FAA's thing is the FAA could sue us, and I assume the pilots could sue us as well for trying to enforce it. That's not to say that we couldn't look at a different form of a noise ordinance. We have to consult with outside counsel on that because it's a very specialized area. Comply with that and the FAA and adopt our own noise ordinance. That'd be obviously a different process.
Okay, is that something that we could possibly request tonight, that we look into alternatives to that?
Sure. The council could direct my office to work with community development and outside counsel on looking at that sort of option.
Okay, and what about enforcement of the noise monitoring violations? Is that something that I mean, obviously, we're putting in new equipment for that reason. I mean, are we going to, is that going to be our policy to actually enforce it, or is it just going to be there for data?
No, the noise monitoring system is for enforcement.
Enforcement, okay. I also want to make a comment about, because there is some misinformation going around, in my opinion, that the reason we stopped this program, and it was, I believe, a 5-2 vote last year, or a year and a half ago, is because I personally felt that the noise monitoring system that was in place, I didn't really like the fact that that particular vendor said, well, if you shut it down, 10 days from now, or whatever it was, 9 days from now, there's no guarantees that it's going to be a backup. I didn't like that because I'm not a technician or engineer, but if you have a piece of equipment that if you turn it off, you don't know if it's going to be turned back on, then maybe we need a better piece of equipment. I think it's just, anyways, that's the basics of it. Also, I felt that there wasn't a fair public bid process on that. And it turns out, it was a little bit of a gamble. And I think some of the comments that were made back that night was, I think $10,000 a month that we were paying for the monitoring system. Well, if we go to public bid, we may pay more. But I personally felt that it was the only fair way to really do this is to go to public bid, and we did, and we gambled right. We won this time because we're actually saving the taxpayers some money, and we're getting brand new equipment. I am concerned about the early left turn. If you actually sit for a cup of coffee over there on Sky Park and Hawthorne Boulevard, those planes, I know it's directly in the flight path, but it does get pretty loud. And as I've been walking the neighborhoods in the Riviera, it does get pretty darn loud with some of those early left turns. So I really do hope that we can find a way to minimize the noise, especially over the Riviera and the Walteria area. So I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who would be the best one to respond to this question. It sounds like we have a potentially two conflicting policies we're trying to enforce here. We just heard about the noise, trying to enforce the noise ordinance. However, based on this reading here, the early left turn is under the FAA's jurisdiction, if you will. However, if the FAA says you can't allow someone to do an early left turn and goes over a neighborhood, then if the airplane's too low, then potentially it could be a violation of noise ordinance, or maybe you can help me here. I just want to make sure there's no conflicting requirements here.
Again, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. I know it's kind of a fine line, but I think the distinction for the FAA is the noise ordinance is a noise ordinance. It doesn't really matter. We're not telling the pilot what altitude to fly, where to turn, what to do. We're just telling them don't make X amount of noise. The left turn is we're saying we're controlling what they can do in the air, and that's where the FAA has a problem. So it's a thin line, but I think that's the FAA's determination that the one is the pilot gets to choose where he turns, how high he flies, how much power he uses, but the left turn is restricting what he can do, and that's why they're saying it. The Airport Association, I believe it was Mrs. O'Brien, wrote in and said that they want to cooperate and work collaboratively with the city, so maybe that's something that we can have staff reach out to them and encourage them and their pilots to do that. And we can even put up signage at the airport encouraging them not to make that turn. But the distinction to the FAA is you're telling them what to do in the air versus the noise that's caused on the ground.
So it would be correct that the noise ordinance we have is really a don't care from the FAA's point of view.
Well, I can't speak for the FAA, but they were addressing the left turn, not the noise. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that's not an issue they're addressing. Yeah, I would actually see if there's a way that, I don't know, if our city becomes, I hate to be the intermediary, if there's if the ruling is as is, if we can actually allow maybe, either a quarterly get together between the pilots and the residents to have a dialogue and see how we can coexist a little bit better until we have something more concrete. I know you were talking about we're gonna do some enforcement. I could just see that it's an ongoing battle. My other question is, with the early left turn, does that also, it may be sort of related, helicopters? Does a noise ordinance also apply to helicopters in the early left turn?
It applies to the noise ordinance, so the noise does.
Okay, so if the helicopters have X dBA above whatever, they could get a notification as well.
Yes, but I will let you know that this staff has worked very hard with all the helicopters, and therefore we have not received complaints within probably the last year, if not longer, in regards to helicopters.
Is there, maybe I'll ask, I hate to say, I should guess, do you have an idea why there's not as many complaints on the helicopters as compared to airplanes then?
I don't know that as many helicopters go out of there as airplanes do.
I see. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is an important topic to a lot of our residents, and I appreciate bringing this forward today to help us get a little bit more clarification on some of this. In regards to the airport noise monitoring system, I'm really proud to say that I was one of the two that voted against turning off the existing system. My preference would have been to go out and get a new one before we eliminate and turn off the old one. And I think that was a really unfortunate mistake, and I apologize for our council making that decision because I think we would have had a lot better environment the last year and a half when it comes to noise had that system still been in place. With that said, though, I'm really pleased that we are moving forward with the new system, and I think a lot of people were also concerned is that when that system, we approved that, we were promised kind of a time frame that this was going to be done in such a time frame, and that time frame I think has been missed, and I think that's what people started getting upset about, and so I appreciate the update on that. I'm sorry we had to wait for a lot of people to get upset about it before we had the update. So I think anytime anything is going astray from what was originally promised, we should always keep council and the public up to date. The issue on the earlier left turns, this one's really a nightmare for me, and I live very close to the airport, and I very, very frequently noticing the issues, and I do want to comment on your helicopter comment you just made, is that in the past I do remember a tremendous amount of helicopter noise over the residential area that I live, and I have noticed a significant decrease in helicopter traffic. So for whatever you did or whatever staff did to make that happen, I appreciate that, and I'm sure the residents in the neighborhood do as well. But it still is an issue with the aircraft. I definitely hear them more now than ever. And in regards to that early left turn, I know, city attorney has said that it's a matter of we're directing their flight, while they're flying. But the whole issue and the reason behind that was because it was a noise issue, and that if our city was level and we didn't have the steep hillside to the left of the airport, this wouldn't be an issue. We wouldn't need the left turn. But the left turn is in place because of the fact that there is a steep hillside right to the left of the airport as you're taking off to the west, that causes your aircraft to be much closer to the buildings and the residences because of that elevation difference and decrease at the height with the ground and so even though the aircraft might be 1,000 feet up above the runway, they might only be 400 feet above the residence if they've turned left. And so that does create an issue with noise, and so as the city attorney mentioned, if there's a way we can retailor our ordinance to make it sound like it's not so much a takeoff and landing issue or directing flight, but it is in an effort to provide for more quiet flight, I think we should do that. And I think we should not just depend on a verbal comment from someone at the FAA. I think we should get a more legally official hearing on that, potentially maybe after we might consider changing the ordinance to reflect that it's not a takeoff and landing issue as much as it is a noise issue, which might change some perspective from the FAA. So I think that we should be pursuing this a little bit more strongly. I think it's an important topic for the people in the area that surround the airport, and I don't think that we should just give up on it because somebody verbally said that it's not enforceable. And hopefully my colleagues will concur with that. So the issue on the left turns is definitely, in my opinion, a noise issue. We need to revisit that. And then as far as the airfield operations status, I do appreciate the update on that to show us what's really been happening at our airport over the years, because I don't think a lot of people realize that the number of flights has decreased as much as it has. And that's important information that everybody should have when they're talking about our airport. So appreciate all the information, and I would strongly support that we hopefully have a council concurrence to more strongly pursue the left turn issue in whatever way we can to allow us to enforce that issue. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Thank you for all the information and for also taking time to talk to me outside of this meeting. Mr. Sullivan, if we ask to have the early left turn ordinance taken out of the section it's in and put in what, maybe the noise section, how long would that take to come back to us?
Well, I could do that tonight, but it's like the problem is I think that what the FAA is going to be looking for is findings and a study to show why we're doing it. The fact that the city has always interpreted it as a noise ordinance doesn't mean that it is. It may have worked that way functionally, but I think the FAA is going to be looking at a process, rules, and rulemaking, and what studies we've done to come up with the findings. And so just simply moving it into a section of the code I don't think is going to be sufficient. I think we'll have to come up with studies of why that is there. I think as Councilman Griffiths suggests, I think that's why it's there. It's the geography of this area. We don't have a no right turn. It's because clearly you could turn right and be over tons of residents in Torrance. But it's clearly no left turn because of the topography right there. It goes up rapidly, and I'm sure that's why it's there, but there's no findings or rulemaking there. Even the letter to the person in the Airport Association, it does say that the city could look at promulgating rules, but it talks about rules and process and things. So I don't think it's going to be a real quick turnaround just moving the language. I think we have to have a process there, which is why we would need specialized aviation counsel.
Okay, it always makes me nervous when you say it's going to take a while, because this whole thing took a lot longer than I thought coming back to start out. So that makes me nervous. I don't think putting signs there alerting the pilots that they shouldn't be turning left does any good at all, so I think that's a waste of money. Do we have any indication how long a survey and the process would take? I mean, I don't want to go another year into this stuff.
I could talk to Aviation Council tomorrow and come back and give council an update.
At our next meeting?
Yeah, she would at least, I believe she's familiar with it. She's represented numerous airports, including John Wayne and other airports, so she's very knowledgeable. So she could give me some idea of what's going on. Obviously, John Wayne has both general aviation and large commercial aviation as well. If you've ever flown out of there, it's kind of an e-ticket ride. But that's because of noise restrictions. That's why they have to cut power and bank over Upper Newport Bay.
Okay, if we could come back quickly. I see the other side of it. I don't want litigation against the city for anything that we might put in place that could be litigated. I don't want to go there, but I want to go as quickly as we can to see how we can handle this. Thank you.
We'll do so.
Councilmember Walzer.
Thank you. Along that line, it just seems to me that FAA is more concerned about the safety. And it would seem to me that safety aspect has a lot to do with the proximity of the airplanes to the ground. And since the ground rises there, I would think that there'd be, not necessarily a study, I would think that there would be some restrictions as far as low flight of aircraft. So I would think we should also pursue the aspect of working with them and looking at other places that have similar situations. And I think there could be a technicality.
We could try, but the FAA is aware of the topography and at this point does not seem to care about that safety concern, but that's something that we could definitely raise.
Okay. Well, we're relying on somebody's arbitrary ruling. I think we need to pursue that further.
Well, it was their senior attorney in Washington D.C. It was not a local person, and they actually just held off on writing the letter because we were putting our thing together. But they're planning to send us a formal letter with their ruling.
Okay.
And, you know, having sat up here for more than a decade, I've been through the hearings for noise. We've done noise appeals. You learn about the routes that were developed for helicopters to go through. Robinson Helicopter has developed a new blade that's quieter. Does that have something to do with it? One can only surmise. There was a lot of flight schools for helicopter who were kind of renegade. They're using Robinson equipment, which they purchased or leased, and so Robinson was getting the blame for that. He's a major manufacturer of helicopters. He doesn't want to cause the ire of the community, and he and his company really abided by that. You know, doing away with the noise monitoring system without having a backup plan was foolhardy. You know, Councilmember Griffiths and I were the ones that said no. You know, keep it. You can do two things at once. We could do an RFP, and we could have kept that in, and we wouldn't be here today. We would have had a smoother transition into it. Whether it's cheaper or more expensive, at least we had something. Left turns have always been, you can't win the left turn argument because the FAA, the tower would tell a pilot, make a left. Or the pilot would say, I have to make a left. They say, okay, make the left. So that's air safety. I've sat through those hearings, and we've had FAA people testify. We've had expert helicopter pilots, expert fixed-wing pilots come in and testify. It's, you know, it's more of the same. We have to abide by the federal regulations as well. Can we come up with some methodology? You know, we go through waves. The Airport Association sometimes gathers the air pilots, the fixed-wing pilots, and they all agree to play nice. And then all of a sudden, there's somebody on the ground who's causing friction by making complaints, sending emails, and sometimes you think it's being vindictive. Other times I think it's air. Every place in the city of Torrance, sometimes you'll hear the freeway, sometimes you hear the train because of the air differences. As you know, this is something we're going to be addressing all along. I really look forward to the possibility that the FAA will work with us on that. But I think the noise monitoring is the most important thing. That's something that can be enforced. 3 violations, you lose your ability to tie down in Torrance. That's pretty important to people who have their airplanes there. So I look for it. It's been 17 months we've been without the noise monitoring. And there was an uptick after it was turned off, and it's remained that way. I don't know if it's worse or not. I don't live down that area. I have to, you know, believe the people who send us their concerns about that. And we'd like to get to the bottom of that and get it back to the way it used to be. I'm really pleased that the helicopter noise has at least diminished somewhat, because that was a big problem for a period of time. And that was even with the noise monitoring, because they knew how to avoid going around the noise monitoring, which would cause more complaints because they would go around the noise monitoring machine. Do we have signs on the top of them saying, here's a noise monitoring, stay away? They must talk amongst themselves. Yeah. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yeah, I just thought of a couple other things I wanted to ask about. You mentioned the increase in flight training, which I believe is in fact the case. Has city staff met with the training schools to discuss this issue of the no left turns, and what has been the result of any of those discussions, if they were indeed made?
I don't believe, as far as community development, has not met with them anytime recently, although we do plan to reach out to them, as well as, I should say, that members of the Torrance Airport Association has reached out to us also, wanting to work with us and trying to educate the pilots and work with the residents. So they are very willing to work with us.
Yeah, I think it'd be a worthwhile effort for having staff meet with the training schools, if possible, to really extend to them the concern that we have of, if we can't enforce it, at least we can request that they work with their students and their trainers to try to fly friendly in our community. And I disagree with the comment that we shouldn't put signs up. I think it would be beneficial to have some fly friendly type rules printed up on a sign, because we have a lot of people who fly into our airport who aren't from here and don't know the issues that are going on in our community regarding the airport. And I think having a sign there would be helpful too, especially for visiting pilots that fly in. And I think it's a polite way to remind people of what's important to our community.
I do want to add that with the training schools actually typically go in a circular motion. So they're not technically making a left-hand turn. So we would not be able to enforce that because they're doing a training circular that's been approved by the FAA. So while I understand that that may appear to the residents that they have this airplane going over them, it isn't a training path the FAA has approved. So it's a little bit different with training schools than it is with air flight that's actually taking off and not doing a takeoff and touchdown.
More communication is always better.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think the signage is a great idea. I mean, it's just a little courtesy to get the people to do that. And it was we should note, it was 3 or 4 years ago, a flight school left the city because they were not happy with our enforcement, because we were enforcing it too much, and they just said, we're out of here. And all the other flight schools will leave too. Somebody backfilled that immediately. Okay, anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we'll begin to transfer in the calls. Dan F., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I propose that a special meeting be held with an agenda with all stakeholders attending: the HOAs, FAA, flight school, city council, pilots association, etc. Who at the city do I need to work with to help set this up? The other thing I want to know is what percentage of takeoffs and landings are done by the flight schools, and who at the city do I need to contact to get that information? And finally, as far as the flight schools go, if they don't want to, be considerate of their neighbors, sometimes in my condo development, we have a flight school plane flying over every 5 minutes. Make it a part of their lease that, they've got to avoid these areas or something. I mean, you wouldn't want a motorcycle roaring by your house every 5 minutes.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Amy J., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi there. I laugh, or at least try to smile, when I hear the phrase fly neighborly. Jim Gates and other pilots in the area who seem not to have gotten that memo, it's not that hard a concept to grasp. It's almost as if they want homeowners to start lobbying to close the airport because of some pilots who won't observe a simple rule and have respect and decency for residents who live below the skies. It's sad that homeowners are forced to beg the city to enforce this law for those pilots who don't like the municipal code and feel that early left turns are their right to make. Whether it's in God we trust or in pilots we don't, it's wrong that the city opt to make some of these decisions without benefit of community input. Please enforce this early left turn law you should never have dropped. You're supposed to represent resident views, not of a tiny fraction who happen to have pilot licenses but don't feel they should be beholden to laws which govern the rest of us. Please stand up for your residents. Thank you.
That caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Judy B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. Residents of South Torrance, Southwood Riviera, and the Hillside homeowners area have been waiting 17 months for the new noise abatement and flight track system. Meanwhile, there are now 7 flight schools at the airport that send new pilots in training over our homes every day, over and over, several times a day. Each time a pilot turns left after leaving the runway, they violate the no early left turn rule, but there's no enforcement. People are very angry about the noise from these planes and the delay of the new system. Your constituents urge you to enforce the no early left turn rule, or if you must, pursue a new rule, a new noise rule, so that we don't have the kind of noise that I recorded last Friday at my home. I have this noise every day at my home, and I have more on the weekends. Please don't accept and file this motion. Reject the motion.
That caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Gorchak, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello. I would like to say that the problem is with these flight schools, they are disgusting, they are inconsiderate, they flying low, they like flying like they don't have muffler, they are coming like 10 times the same airplane every 3 minutes, they flying low, the neighbors are old, elderly, sick people like me, and we try to live our life in peace and quiet and enjoy our homes. And you guys letting this go for months and years. These pilots and these pilot schools are disgusting, and they're not neighborly. Inconsiderate bastards. Now say my name, the pig on the middle.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Jean A., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now. Jean, are you still on the phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said another name. My apologies. Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Good evening. I'm Jean Adelsman. Because I am running for the District 5 Council seat, I have until now, refrained from expressing an opinion on matters coming before the Council. However, this issue is of such great importance to District residents that I am commenting. When residents learned that the Council was looking to no longer enforce the left turn policy, the reaction was outrage. The fact that the Airport Commission has recommended accepting at face value a voiced opinion from the FAA has stunned residents. The FAA's constituents are pilots. Your constituents are Torrance residents. Please do not accept and file this report as you had planned. Please go on record as intending to enforce the no left turn rule. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Richard R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. It's now been 3 years since the city stopped enforcing its early left turn rule. A verbal opinion from someone at the FAA is not a determination. Even a written opinion is still an opinion, not a determination. This issue is not likely to be resolved short of a court ruling. In the meantime, you have a choice to make. either protect residents or support pilots. I urge you to protect residents and direct staff to resume enforcing this law as soon as possible. The city has strong arguments in defense of its law. If it incurs legal costs, they should be paid from airport revenues, not by taxpayers. Fear of a possible lawsuit from pilots or the FAA should not be a factor. Thank you for listening.
Mayor, there are no more calls for items 9B. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments from council? If not, I'll take a motion to accept the file. Councilmember Griffiths?
Yeah, I do have another question for staff I just thought of. Technically, the way things stand, it sounds like we can't enforce the no left turn. But that doesn't mean we can't send a notice to someone who...
Correct. And when I spoke to the FAA, they said that they would even encourage their tower to encourage the pilots to fly neighborly. And they said we're allowed to send fly friendly or fly neighborly notices. There was no problem with that.
Do we have any sense of how many left turn infractions there are per week, per month, on average?
I can tell you how many complaints we've received. For example, in 2021, we had received about 380 complaints of an early left-hand turn, of which they found 1 violation. Again, a lot of them, when they deal with the flight schools, that's not considered a violation, and we do have a lot of the flight schools that are doing that circular motion. Currently, this year in 2022, we've had 4 complaints and 0 violations.
I'm going to go ahead and, unless there's somebody else has some questions, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion with a couple of requests. I'm going to move that we have staff, when there is a notification either from a complaint or from our system that can detect it, to send a notice, a fly-friendly notice saying we would appreciate it if possible that you avoid the left turns before reaching an altitude of 1,500 feet. I also would like to include in that motion that our legal counsel investigate options for changing our ordinance to try to push this over into a noise enforcement issue as opposed to a flight direction enforcement, so that it might get a better determination from the FAA. And I would like to get a more formal determination from the FAA, and hope that that would be something that people would agree on council. And so that would be my motion to move forward on this item.
I'll second that.
Ms. Ramirez?
If I can just seek some clarity real quick. When the left-hand turn has been authorized by the FAA, is that when you're also requesting a letter to be sent to them? Not pilot requested, I'm saying FAA
Right.
for.
Would we be in a position to know that the FAA authorized the left turn?
Yes, we are.
And in those situations, what is typically the reason that is given? Is there a
It could be
reason?
flight patterns, safety reasons, other planes in the area. There's a number of reasons why it could happen.
I don't see any harm in sending out the notice to everyone who goes left. If it doesn't sound like it's that many from what you described, and maybe we can get a report on if it's, if we're sending out 100 of them a day, that might be a burden. But if it's just a couple a week, I think that that's a reasonable thing to do, to remind people that, hey, this is an issue that's really important to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on the motion, would you include here about the signage too? I think that's important.
Yes, I do want to add that we do put a fly-friendly signage to remind pilots from wherever they come from to some of the important issues, most notably the left turn. And is there any other thing that we should be just fly friendly in Torrance and avoid the left turn if you can? Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recused.
I think just take a break now. Yeah, we've been up here for almost 3 hours. I think it's time for a break, and then we'll come back, and Councilmember Kalani will join us then.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. Tonight's report is to seek Council's direction regarding the city's presentation of a July 4th holiday fireworks show. In preparing the report, Community Services staff collaborated with the Police Department regarding their deployment and services, and with the Community Development Department regarding fines for the use of illegal fireworks as an enforcement tool. The cost of a pyrotechnic vendor to shoot fireworks is unchanged from 2021 and is included in our current adopted budget. The cost for event equipment is anticipated to increase from prior years based on demand and market factors, but it is also included in the budget. Costs for police deployment to secure the Civic Center, as well as to respond for calls for service, are lower due to the holiday falling on a weekday. TPD personnel are available this evening to provide additional information, and there was a supplemental provided this evening as a result of a question by Councilmember Ashcraft with additional information about costs for police department overtime and support at the beach and coastal areas for Redondo Beach fireworks. There are no pandemic-related restrictions or protocols regarding the special event and the public attendance at this time. Given the time remaining before July, it is the recommendation of staff that the City Council consider whether or not to hold a fireworks display on July 4th at the Civic Center. Additionally, staff is requesting Council direction to begin a process to amend the municipal code, adding fines for the illegal use of fireworks. That concludes our report, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaRock. There's a question from Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not really a question, it's more of a comment. I appreciate the fact that you guys put together this item. I also like to definitely explore the illegal firework thing, but I think based on our financial situation now, I really suggest, just like I suggested last year, that we do not spend the money right now. As much as I love the 4th of July, our patriotism and celebrating, we're just not there financially. So that's my position. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you. Appreciate the update. I personally do want to see fireworks. It's budgeted. We already cut a huge amount out of our budget by eliminating the Armed Forces Day Parade. I really think it's about time, especially after the last terrible 2 years, that we do something nice for the citizens of Torrance. And I think they really appreciate the fireworks show, and relative to other expenditures, it's a relatively small expense. I also want to see us do a better job of enforcement of illegal fireworks, including changing our code. I think I've asked for enforcement statistics in the past, and the level of enforcement for illegal fireworks is abysmal. And I know it may be a little bit difficult to do, but I mean, I can walk down any street and see somebody lighting off a firework, and how we can't see that and enforce it is hard for me to believe. But and then yeah, those are my points for this comment right now. Thanks.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, Mr. LaRock, I didn't get a chance to look at the supplemental. Do you have a rough estimate of the total out-the-door costs, roughly?
The costs for the fireworks vendor themselves are $35,000. The supporting equipment costs are about $9,000. The cost for the police department, as noted in the staff report, although listed at $10,000, actually, because those are sunk funds due to the fact that the deployment is on a weekday, it's just about $1,000 in actual direct overtime for the police department because they're working on a weekday, which is not an overtime situation.
So
additional costs would be the deployment at the beach, which is still a TBD situation.
Okay, that's why I didn't know the number. So is it safe to say less than $100K?
I would estimate that is the case, but if the chief wants to come up and discuss that, or any other members of the police department here who helped us prepare the financials for that, but I don't believe it's over $100,000. No.
I know doing math in public is dangerous. I was just wondering what ballpark we're in.
We'll defer to the smarter people.
Good evening, Jane Chung with the Police Department. Based on our numbers from the past 3 years with the July 4th fireworks show, I will say $100,000. How do I say this? right now, based on our projections, we wouldn't go over $100,000, but there are things, unforeseen circumstances, depending on how City Council advises of what this event would look like. Our department would have to adjust accordingly. So at this time, our projections don't look at over $100,000.
And does that include the vendors 35,000, or you're just only looking at the
We're
PD
strictly
side?
looking at police.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was trying to get the, out the door, everything. So it could be close. Let me ask another question. Maybe this goes back. I think I'm okay with that one, but I don't know. Maybe you may come back with the page 4 of the staff report that talks about potential ordinance to fine the sale of dangerous fireworks. Based on past experience, all I did was I put a circle on item E, fine amount 1,000 first offense. If we really want to have some kind of enforcement, I don't know what the, how much of a profit people make selling fireworks. Is 1,000 you think it's a good deterrence, or is it too little? I'm just trying to gauge.
It is a good deterrence, but because the fire code dictates how much you can charge, that is the maximum amount allowed by law.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else? No. Councilmember Walser.
Thank you. What is the pending location that you have in mind at this point?
The shooting location is the same as last year, although we are going to work with the vendor to make a slight adjustment to move the fireworks shooting location westerly to account for what we experience in prevailing winds that bring some of the fallout materials close to the police department buildings. Okay. But essentially, it's still the main parking lot behind the plunge and library.
Okay. Does that allow much in the way of participants from residents to come and observe, or are they pretty well stuck with looking down their driveways or something?
In addition to residential viewing locations around the Civic Center, we will be activating the sports complex as a viewing site, as well as the parking lot in front of the courthouse as a viewing site. Okay. So the field will be used for blanket viewing, the courthouse parking lot for chair viewing, and then we obviously are able to accommodate elected officials within the Civic Center as well.
Okay. Even though we're in a budgetary constraint, I highly recommend that we do continue with it, because it's an unmeasurable amount of goodwill for our city, and I think it's something we should continue.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. LaRocque, last year we had a conversation about the drones, but we didn't have time to pursue those conversations. Have we thought about that anymore?
As noted in the report, at the end of the report, we did look into the drone costs again. In order to sustain what would be a like-for-like display in the air, the cost could be 3 to 4 times what the fireworks cost, just because to have a show of an aerial interest, if you will, that would be, I think, as thrilling as a fireworks display is. We would want upwards of 100 drones in the air. That is upwards of about $75,000 to $90,000. We would also need to figure out the accompanying audio to go with that type of drone show, because obviously fireworks have their own audio component by the concussion. Drones operate silently. We would need to add another audio component, I think, to fully, create the ambiance of the July 4th spirit. That cost has not been explored, but, obviously would be another cost.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Thank you for doing the supplemental, but I didn't see it. Did it come in late and I didn't get it? It was there. I'm sorry, I didn't go to my box, I guess, after and pick it up. Could you tell me what the costs are? My question had been, what are Torrance Police Department costs for their beach coverage? What have we had to pay in the past?
Certainly. So to review that, on July 4th of 2019, there was one coastal show that had to be supported. We don't have the specific data because the police department costs were not coded specifically for coastal or even for July 4th in some cases. The 2020 show, there was no fireworks because of the pandemic. July 4th was a Sunday, so that show was at the higher premium cost. The cost in 2021 for beach deployment was just over $20,000. And then we're looking at the entire cost for 2019, that was $16,402, and in 2020, it was just the $6,400, which was really for just neighborhood enforcement because we didn't do a show.
Okay, thank you. Do we know, is Redondo Beach doing a beach fireworks thing?
At this point, their plans are for doing two, as they did last year. One off the avenues, one off the Seaside Lagoon, both waterborne.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, because I see the direction here, I really urge you guys to put things into perspective. The amount of money that we're going to be spending on this fireworks show, which is, it's beautiful, I get it, could easily pay, in my opinion. And I'm not a mathematician here, but I would say the amount of money that we spend on the fireworks show could easily pay for a police officer to stay for at least 6 months on the street. And considering that one of the items tonight is to cut police officer positions, or at least that's what's being suggested to do, I think it's wise to know that we have to separate between the wants and needs. And I don't think a firework show is something that we need, we want. It's beautiful, I get it. But we're cutting police officers off the street in exchange, because it's coming from the same general funds, it's coming from the same account. That money can easily be used for other departments, other, boots on the ground. Maybe save, if we cut a few things that we want and don't necessarily need, it could save one officer from being cut off the budget. That's what we have to look at. We have to look at this as, okay, what's a priority? Is it public safety, which it seems like every person in town believes, including myself, believes that public safety is the number one thing. So I get it. We want people to be happy, and we're just getting out of COVID, but we're also getting out of the financial disaster that COVID has contributed to. I don't know. I really urge you guys to put a different lens on tonight and say, we have to be, if we are going to call ourselves fiscally conservative in Torrance, to start acting like it. Thank you.
Councilman Torrance, City Manager, just point of clarification. Tonight, we're giving you budget updates. We're not asking for any council action as far as any staffing reductions, but that's definitely for your consideration as we move into the second year of the budget, which will be coming forth in May. Tonight, we're just going to give you an overview.
I understand that, but we've been talking about this for about a year now, talking about cut here, cut there. One of the biggest cuts is going to be from our police department. Now, every penny that we save could easily go back into public safety. Could easily go back into public works. It can, like those, when we say, it costs us whatever, $300 to fix a pothole. Well, look how many potholes we can fix with a fireworks show. I mean, if we are truly fiscally conservative, let's start acting like it and start looking at everything between do we want it, or do we need it? Let's prioritize. And to me, fireworks show is not a priority. I love fireworks shows, don't get me wrong. I love 4th of July, great. But is it something that we truly need? And we keep on saying, we've discussed this many times up here, well, what's $10,000? What's $20,000? What's $100,000? Well, at the end of the year, it adds it up to millions of dollars. It's all these little wants, but just not enough money to fulfill the needs. So that's what I'm saying. I urge you guys. I'm not trying to be mean or mean-spirited here, but let's really start looking at this and get serious about cutting our overhead, because come June 7th, we may not have that extra money. It may not pass. It may or may not pass. We have to really get prepared for a really harsh reality that in Torrance, we have a fiscal issue. So it all starts with the little stuff. 70,000, 20,000, 5,000. Anyways, please think about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Walser.
I think there's a financial advantage we need to consider too. We don't have data or measurements, but the fact that we have an attraction of fireworks will tend to keep our own residents in town and attract other people to come into town. And what are they going to do? They're going to spend some money. So I think there's a big potential financial advantage that we would have by having that continue.
Thank you, and one of the things that was not spoken is the whole reason that fireworks was started in the city of Torrance was some kind of way to dissuade the people from using fireworks. And it was a quid pro quo to do away with the safe and sane fireworks sales by all the nonprofits, and the deal was made that we would have fireworks. We canceled it in 2010, I believe, maybe 2011, because of the budgetary issues we had then. We brought it back in 2015, I believe it is. It's a much less expensive than the all-day at Wilson Park, and it was well received by our community. And I think some of my colleagues have pointed out there was an awful lot of things that were canceled because of the pandemic, and this gives people an opportunity to come out. Personally, I don't like fireworks, but the community has spoken. They like fireworks, and hopefully this will be some way to keep the illegal fireworks out of the sky, and the illegal fireworks, firearms in the sky too. Hide under a bridge. Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Griffiths.
Yeah, I'd also like to throw out the idea of, is there any way to explore corporate sponsorships of a fireworks display? I know we have a great number of businesses in our city that might be willing to contribute for some sort of sponsorship recognition. I know other cities that do that do corporate sponsorships through either their service clubs or businesses that help fund displays like the fireworks display.
Yeah, we, Councilmember Griffiths, we're going to explore actually a partnership for the sports complex programming with the LA Galaxy, since they are now our partner at that facility. So that could be the first step in many going forward, if this were to continue for out years, to have hopefully eventually a fully subsidized program to offer.
I think we could possibly do that, and I think if the council were behind that, we could also help encourage some of our businesses to participate in that, along with some other programs that right now the city's paying, but we could get more corporate involvement in our community, which I go to so many ribbon cuttings, and all the businesses say, we want to give back to the community. We need to take advantage of those statements that they make and say, hey, well, here's an opportunity. Help sponsor our fireworks, help sponsor our concerts in the park, help sponsor the stuff that does take money away out of our general fund, and help us in a time, especially in a time of financial need. But once again, I'll just remind that we cut almost $300,000 in savings by cutting the Armed Forces Parade. So this is a small little bit of appreciation for the residents. Thanks.
Anybody in the call center on item 9C? This is Charlie.
Yes, Mayor, we have two callers. Transferring caller number 1. Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello again, Porkchop. I would just like to tell you I'm very disappointed this thing is on the city council. Nothing is more American than a 4th of July fireworks and apple pie. Now, it is very sad that the city spent last year, I don't know how much money on the Sleepy Hollow Christmas light area and non-sponsored city events before I know over $70,000 police officers pending Robert Road and PCH before they are $65,000, and then you are here thinking about the 4th of July fireworks. This is American as apple pie. You have the money. You blow more money on anything else.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. You know I was going to call in. I called in last year. Thank you, Mayor Fury, for remembering about why we took away the Red Devil fireworks in the first place. Growing up, you know, we used to do those on our street. We used to have block parties, and I was crushed when they made the ordinance not to have them. And, you know, it was supposed to be the big trade-off. Well, now I'm older. A lot of times I can't get around, and a lot of other seniors can't get around to go to these other displays down at the beach and everything. It's a mad horrible mess down there. You have to walk and walk and walk, and there are those of us that just can't do that walking. And to have something where we can come and see our show and, you know, not be a drone show, I don't want that, but, you know, you got to take into consideration your people. And, you know, maybe, I don't know. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more callers for this item. Thank you.
Okay, how's the council wish to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to proceed with the fireworks at the Civic Center as in the past, to explore corporate sponsorships, maybe not for this year, but for the future, and see what kind of interest there might be in that. Also to update our municipal code in regards to illegal fireworks to give us some teeth and the ability to enforce via a penalty. That's my motion.
And I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Chen and Matucci voting no.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9D as in David, from the city manager and the city attorney to adopt a resolution authorizing virtual city council, commission, committee, board, and other city bodies meeting under AB 361.
Sorry, didn't have that on. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This is the standard item to allow the council to decide whether to continue meeting virtually under AB 361. Staff's available for any questions.
Any questions from the council? See none? Anybody from the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have one caller transferring the call now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, it's Pork Chop again. I would like to tell you that I was very disappointed. I peeked into the City Hall chamber, and I saw you guys mingling there without masks, sitting close to each other, and so on and so on. Our children can go to school by the thousands in overcrowded 40 kids in one room, but the public cannot go to a city council meeting because certain people were fake coughing and sneezing there. That furry is so dumb, he doesn't know those were fake coughs and fake sneezes. But that furry doesn't know that also there is no such a thing in this law hybrid meeting. It's either virtual or public, either on phone and Zoom or public. You should be separated on Zoom.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. And this concludes callers for items 9D. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Nothing further. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California to implement teleconferencing requirements during a proclaimed state of emergency for all City Council, Committee, Commission, Board, and other city meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361.
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-29.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9E from the city manager and finance. It's a budget overview session, 1 of 2 for fiscal year 2022, 2023 operating budget and capital improvement plan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. Tonight, item 9E provides the council an opportunity to review departmental budgets and provide feedback or ask questions regarding each department's budget. This is the first of 2 budget overview sessions in which the council will hear from the city manager, city clerk, city attorney, city treasurer, finance, communications and information technology, and finally, the police department. Before diving into the departments, I'd like to give an overview of the citywide budget, major changes to the budgets and key definitions. Next slide. The major fund types that we will be discussing over the next 2 sessions include the general fund, internal service funds, and enterprise funds, which represent the majority of citywide services and functions. Within each fund here, you see listed, within each fund type, you see all the funds that are listed below. Next slide. Our budget that will be proposed to council in May during the May budget hearings will also include appropriations for non-major governmental funds and fiduciary funds, with examples listed here as well. Next slide. The next slides will have various pie charts, really to visually show which types of funds make up the majority of the budget. As I mentioned, with the largest ones, with general fund being the lion's share at $243 million of the citywide budget, followed by the enterprise funds, which includes transit, water, sewer, and sanitation of $129.6. I apologize, I should also said airport funds, that's included in there as well. And internal service funds, which are the city's self-insurance and fleet services fund. Next slide. This slide, we expand, really just blow it up to show by individual fund. I realize it's a little busy, but here you just really see how small the non-major funds are in terms of pie slices and the reason why we focus on the major. Next slide. On the revenue side, the major changes by fund are starting with the general fund operating fund, $13.5 million increase, mainly due to revenue improvements coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, return of Parks and Rec and cultural arts programs, and also the emergency medical transport program. There's also an increase in the transit fund of $7.3 million, mainly related to the one-time COVID grants, federal funding anticipated to be exhausted by the end of fiscal '23. And lastly, the addition of $6.7 million to the self-insurance fund. And, oh, I'm sorry, I should make that correction. 7.3, it says water, but it really means, I should have corrected that, it's transit. And then lastly, the $4.3 million in fleet services fund, both of those which are increased contributions from every department to address some underfunding issues. Next slide. A visual of the pie chart of expenditures by fund. Next slide. Major changes in citywide expenditures, $14.6 million in general fund operating, which I'll cover in a couple slides forward. $5.6 million in the water fund. Here we're being mainly being conservative on the opening of the North Torrance Wellfield project, where we anticipated savings in water costs. We're not sure with supply shortages whether or not that will happen or when that will happen in the next fiscal year. A decrease in expenditures in the self-insurance fund, mainly because the prior year's appropriation included significant legal settlements that occurred in the prior year that we're pulling out for next year's budget. And then a decrease of $2.3 million in the airport fund, as we have reduced the transfers to the general fund by the aeronautical portion, so that the transfers going to the general fund are now only related to the non-aeronautical portion, which are rent revenues from our the city-owned leased properties. Next slide. In this slide, we highlight the funds that we are monitoring going forward. We mentioned in that the general fund operating fund is, I believe it's 976,000 at least next year deficit as of today. The sanitation fund is also at a planned deficit due to increased costs in organics waste. We're also monitoring transit and fleet services, although they're showing positive. Like I had mentioned, the COVID-19 relief funds, we have that for the following year, but will be exhausted in fiscal '23. And fleet we're monitoring as well as historically both fleet and self-insurance have operated at deficits. Next slide. Based on our mid-year results and what our forecast is through the end of the year, we had redid our 10-year forecast. As you can see here, as we're also monitoring our unassigned fund balance, essentially our reserve balances or available reserves for use, and whether or not we'll be reaching our 20% minimum goal. We see here that based on our current projections, assumptions of a 2% cost of raises for the next 10 years, and trying to rebuild that balance, we don't get to our minimum 20% until fiscal year 27. And in terms of trying to also dig out the self-insurance from its negative fund balance, we're not able to begin to start correcting that or until fiscal 29. Next slide. And then lastly, before getting into departments, I wanted to just hit on the major line items that you'll be seeing in the department budgets. On the revenue side is really mainly two types of revenues: charges for services. These are fees charged to customers for services rendered. The best example is because of the volume that we see in service in the city: plan check fees, building code fees, inspections, the fire department's emergency transport, or any sort of participant fees from the Parks and Rec department. Community Services department. For the most part, these fees are tied to the cost of service that's provided, with several, though, from Parks and Rec that are more tied to market than they are cost. Operating transfers include inter-fund transfers, mainly from gas tax fund and airport fund. Next slide. On the expense side, of course, the major category is salaries and benefits. Materials, supplies, and professional contract services are pretty self-explanatory, but I did want to explain interdepartmental charges. This line item includes costs for self-insurance contributions and indirect charges. Indirect charges are charges that are charged to the enterprise funds only, and franchise fees, which are only charged to sanitation, sewer, and water. Other operating transfers out includes inter-fund transfers, which would be contributions to the pension trust fund, capital fund, replacement funds, and reserve fund. Next slide. At this time, we'll be going through these listed departments, and I'll start with City Council. Next slide. Next slide. City Council, as we all know, adopts legislation, sets policies, and establishes our budget, which is why we're here today. They also have the authority to levy taxes, approve expenditures, appoint advisory boards, commissions, committees, and serve as representatives on intergovernmental committees. Next slide. In terms of the structure, most recently we moved into districts. The district elections for 1, 3, and 5 will be held this June in 2022. Current council members, except those in districts 2, 4, and 6, were elected at large, and the mayor continues to be elected at large. Next slide. Don't anticipate any changes soon to these staffing levels. 6 districts and 1 at-large mayor, 7. Next slide. In this slide, it really just shows the expenditure budget. Really mainly can see that the non-wage items had received a 3% CPI. I should actually, before I move into the city manager budget, there's a couple items I did want to touch on that you will see in every single departmental budget. One, which will be noticeable mainly in the police department, but you'll also see in all departments across the board, is that you'll see salary expenses from fiscal 21 to fiscal 23, a significant decrease. And that's because, if you recall, we paid off with the lease revenue bonds the unfunded pension liability in fiscal 21. So that about $350 million was an expense in fiscal '21 to pay that all off. So that's why you see those crazy decreases. In the assumptions for the salaries, or on the expense side for every department, a 2% increase in salaries, and also increases in the grids for contracts that are already in place. Non-wage line items received a 3% CPI increase. Fuel costs received a 20% increase, just based on the most recent inflation, gas prices going up more than 60%. An increase in interdepartmental charges to adjust our contributions, basically increase contributions to both self-insurance and, as mentioned, fleet services. And lastly, you'll see increases across the board in other operating transfers out for adjustments we made to the replacement funds to make sure we have enough funding for future needs. With that, I'll turn it over to the city manager for his budget.
Thank you, Ms. Poisson. Good evening, Your Honor, and the council members. I'm Torrance, city manager. I'll use the next few minutes to cover the city manager's office. Next slide, please. I also want to thank the Torrance community residents and business and visitors for continuing to support us, as well as our city employees and volunteers, especially with the last 2 years. The city manager's office oversees cable community relations, human resources, civil service, labor relations, economic development, homeless services, land management, and all things Torrance, providing support to our departments. We advise the city council. I myself serve at your pleasure, along with my counterpart, city attorney, and we have the pleasure of appointing department heads. And in my short tenure, I had the pleasure of appointing 6 department heads, perhaps a record for, while I'm not the longest serving city manager, but having replaced 6 department heads in a year and a half, definitely one for the books. We ensure enforcement of all city laws and ordinances, and we direct the departments on their day-to-day operations. Lastly, we represent management in employee relations as well as land management. Next slide, please. The organizational chart reflects the existing layout. I do want to emphasize we have been focused more on building teams. With the exodus we've experienced to the great resignation, we realize once again we cannot rely on single incumbent positions, since life happens, opportunities happen, retirements happen. So the goal for us organization-wide is to create depth by having primary area of responsibility with additional backup. And in the case of labor relations, we have created a labor relations team with my support initially. Ms. Jamie Lay, our assistant to the city manager, will be the chair of the committee. Mr. Daly representing finance. We also have representatives from police and fire, as well as public works and transit, along with support from HR and civil service. And the goal is to build that organizational depth, focus especially as we prepare for negotiating hopefully multi-year contracts, since our miscellaneous employees have been without contract for the last 2 years. Police is coming up on their contract end of next year, 2023, with fire, TPO, TFFA contracts expiring this June. Again, this current chart shows the human resources of the division. This afternoon at the Finance and Government Operations Committee, we received concurrence to bring before your honorable body in 2 weeks the restoration of human resources as a standalone department. That's been a 10-year cycle, and I'm pleased to announce we're moving in that direction. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the upcoming item, proposed action. HR will remain a closely tied department to city manager because of the connection and correlation between labor relations, employee engagement, and support to our department. So, but we'll have a standalone department head that can really build organizational depth and help us transition. Next slide, please. Civil service used to be a department. It was a small department, and we do have a wall of separation, since they oversee support to our commission and council, as well as part of the employee relations team. They're in charge of assisting with recruitment, certification, and overseeing our volunteer program. And we're hopeful that we start re-engaging our community with volunteer opportunities. Next slide, please. the budget before you, again, reflects the changes that have been approved. I am pleased to announce the successful launch and a program as far as our management assistants go. We are able to attract graduate level students on their way to transitioning to a full-time career. They start with us as management aides, and then upon successful completion of the 6 months, they have opportunity to compete for the management assistant position. And that position is starting to yield full-time employees in the organization. In an environment where we're constantly dealing with turnover, it's nice to have a breath of fresh air with new talent that's eager to step up and help us cover organizational demands. We're able to rotate these individuals through various departments by building depth and then hoping that they will compete for analyst, staff assistant, or business manager positions, and maybe one day be a city manager. Next, please. The human resources, again, reflects reductions we've had over the years as part of our budget reduction measures. It does show the implementation of the addition of the director, which we anticipate after should council approve that, the recommended action will proceed with the recruitment. Next, please. The Civil Service Division, again, 3.8 employees. It's down to the core, and they do an amazing job in supporting our commission and helping us. They've been very busy the last year, especially with constant recruitments and making sure they promulgate the eligibility list for our departments. Next, please. I do want to share with you on when you see the big significant drop from 7.1 million to 4.3, while that's a reduction as a result of our pay down of our pension debt, that debt service is picked up in our budget, except it's not reflected as a line item under salary and benefits. Next, please. Human Resources Division, before you use their budget, it's been pretty consistent over the years. Next, please. The Civil Service Division budget and expenditures, again, reflects the changes we made. And then the last piece I'll cover with you is our capital improvement plan. As in the past, it's typically in the cable and community relations, and we have 3 programs, broadcast graphics solution, post-production, and studio production control room. I'd like to spend a minute on the final slide for the city manager's office. As far as major projects and initiatives, we support departments to meet and exceed delivery of service. And along those lines, again, significant thanks to the organization and your honorable body for embracing the 2021 year in review. Our goal is to make that an annual report and be able to share trends as well as opportunities and challenges with our community and create ways to engage the community in our day-to-day business. Adaptation of city operations for evolving COVID-19. I think we're unfortunately becoming experts in emergency management as an organization. The next one leads us to budget adoption. Balanced budget, balanced budget, balanced budget. 20% reserve. I cannot emphasize the need for us to build that rainy day. Again, in the last 20 years, we've dealt with 2 significant global events: the Great Recession of 2008. The great pandemic of 2019, and again, if I was to bet the next cycle, I don't want to venture to speak of visitors from outer space or some other unforeseen circumstance, which, don't quote me, it may be true one day. Another major objective, at least for this city manager, and I'm sure council and community can share, is get off the state auditor's list of the distressed cities. I think the measures we've taken with the one-time shifts of funds, credit again to finance our departments and your honorable body in being focused on rebuilding our rainy day, I think is absolutely crucial. Onboarding new council, believe it or not, you all know, we just shared June 7th, we'll have a significant election, and that places a responsibility on all of our departments to ensure that the incoming mayor and council have all the information, briefing papers, council guide, the office space, all the community engagement tools to effectively do your job. OES transition and cybersecurity, we'll speak of this in depth next council meeting. Again, this is the effort in focusing our resources, realizing that cybersecurity is a cost of doing business, and it's an area that we have to embrace and grow. And as such, we'll be transitioning the Office of Emergency Services under the City Manager's Department with a, again, team concept of having both our IT, police and fire partners, City Manager's Office, and all departments, hands on deck. Homeless response team has been a significant effort for our office. And again, thank you to everyone working so hard on the activation at 3290. Our Assistant City Manager, Danny Santana, refers to it as CASA 3290. I think that has a nice flavor. Maybe eventually, if you say it long enough, others may pick it up and we start a little trend. But ultimately, your honorable body will come up with, I'm sure, naming for the facility. But we're actively engaged with the county, and thank you to Supervisor Hahn and our office in helping us secure the funds for the infrastructure needed to get the site activated. We have had our 2021-31 strategic plan sort of in abeyance with all the other priorities, but that's a huge community effort, and we appreciate the almost 40 community members who spent nearly 2-3 years on this work document. We're hoping to be able to dedicate resources to really bring a meaningful action plan for you. And then lastly, the reconstitution of HR department, that's been a significant goal, and I'm glad to report that we're almost there. And I'll be remiss if I didn't mention while it's on the list, the Galaxy Sports Complex. That was a Herculean task in transitioning from the city lease at $1 to the current $20,000, which was still we're appreciative of the Judicial Council and not the $35,000. And again, appreciative of Galaxy, John LaRock and Danny Santana and team for working through. And we're hoping to announce the grand opening of that site. And hopefully, as we said earlier, the Galaxy will be a community partner that can step up and help us in supporting other community efforts. With that, thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Poisson to introduce our next department. I imagine we'll have an opportunity for questions at the end. Thank you.
The next department up will be the City Clerk's office. Ms. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk.
Thank you, Sheila. The City Clerk's, next slide, please. The City Clerk's office is the driver for open and transparent government. We implemented our electronic content management system, Laserfish. We take care of all the city records and the elections process for the city. We also provide minute secretary services for the City Council and for our commissions. We are the agent of service. We accept all the subpoenas and summons on behalf of the city. And we ensure that all of our ordinances are codified in the municipal code, and we conduct all of the formal city bid openings. Next slide, please. The city clerk is directly elected by the residents of Torrance, and the divisions in the office are legislative and administrative and public, or actually it's just records division. Legislative and administration takes care of all the contracts for the city, processes all the subpoenas, and our records division takes care of all the records and public records requests in the city. Next slide, please. Our staffing, we were cut one position a couple of years ago, and I don't anticipate this to change at this time, so we'll remain with 8. Next slide, please. This is our budget as posted. Next slide, please. We have a capital improvement project for the electronic records management system. As you're aware, our city's been around a long time. There's a lot of records that we need to get scanned into the system. This capital improvement project is for us to get all the contracts and other records scanned into the system. And it should be noted that all of the city clerk staff have been cross-trained to better serve our residents and our internal customers, the other city departments. Next slide, please. Our major projects for the next year are the company that codifies our municipal code has been bought out. So we are looking to go out for an RFQ for our municipal code to see if we can save the city some money in that area. We're also looking to go out for an RFQ on the public records request system, just again to see if we can find a system that we can utilize that is less expensive than the one we use now. Working with the city manager and CIT to implement eScribe to move to electronic agenda management, and to continue contract scanning into our Laserfish. And that's it. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Platon.
City Attorney's Office will be presented by City Attorney Patrick Sullivan.
Good evening, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Next slide, please. My office advises and represents the City Council, its departments, and employees in all legal matters. We also are one of 12 cities in California that prosecutes state law misdemeanors. So we're like the DA, but just with misdemeanors like DUIs, petty thefts, batteries, all the way up to vehicular manslaughter. Our organization chart, obviously, I'm appointed, as Aram said, by the council. We have 3 divisions in our office: general advice, which is what we were kind of formally referred to as work requests. That's contracts, ordinances, and other advice falls under that. Obviously, civil litigation, either initiated against the city or that we initiate against others. And then the prosecution division that I mentioned earlier. We have 13 people in our office. You'll see that there was an office assistant, which was the receptionist. That's been transferred over to the city manager's office because it's hard to manage 0.6 of a person. So it just makes more sense to have it in one department. And then you'll see there was a reduction in the Deputy City Attorney 3 that was reduced to a Deputy City Attorney 2 as part of our budget reductions that we've been through in the last year. This shows our budget as it's changed over time. You can see that we're pretty much a salary-heavy department. Approximately 87% of our budget is the salaries of our employees. What we're working on this year, in addition to our regular workload, is we're working with the County of Los Angeles and the Superior Court to establish a homeless court that'll hopefully start up sometime this spring to address the purpose of a homeless court. Although they're coming up with a fancier name for it than that. I think they call it a housing readiness court, is to help the people who will be in our pallet shelters to be ready to transition to permanent housing. And the problem is most places won't take people on probation. Those people need to work on getting their identification, their social security cards, and clearing all that things. And so that working with the court, our justice partners in the DA's office, as well as the public defender's office and the alternate public defender, to help them move through the process so we can move them out of temporary housing into permanent housing. And then one of the other things that we're trying to work on is obviously succession planning and cross-training. We've been, as Aram talked about, losing employees. We've had about a 25% turnover in our attorneys each year. So that puts a heavy load on training and recruitment every year. So that's something we're trying to work on this year. Thank you.
I'll be presenting the City Treasurer's Department on behalf of Ms. Dana Cortez, City Treasurer. The functions of the City Treasurer include the safekeeping of all city funds, managing the investment of surplus cash in accordance with the city's investment policy, and serves also as a member of the city's Deferred Compensation Committee. Next slide. Currently, as it stands, the City Treasurer is responsible for the functions of, as I mentioned, managing the investment of surplus cash. Next slide. No changes are being proposed to the staffing levels, which are only 2 FTE, which includes the City Treasurer and the Deputy City Treasurer who supports the Treasurer. Next slide. And there's really no significant or notable changes in the presented budget on this slide. Next slide. Moving on to the Finance Department. Next slide. The Finance Department consists of several divisions, which includes accounting, audit, payroll, purchasing, revenue, which also includes issuing business licenses, conducting the billing and collection of monies, cashiering, risk management, and workers' compensation. In addition to those, the functions and those duties, Finance also assists City Manager with preparing operating and capital budgets, and advisor to land management. I do already mention risk management. Next slide. These are the divisions it mentioned. Next slide. Since 2022, so between this fiscal year and the next year proposed is a net reduction of 5.25 FTE. This is from the October 2021 reductions that were made and mid-year program modifications that were presented to the Finance and Governmental Ops Committee, which will be brought forward to the full City Council on April 12th. And the systems analyst is not a reduction, but a transfer to the Communications and Information Technology Department. Next slide. In the operating budget, changes here are what were noted earlier that all departments are seeing across the board, but also I'd like to note that fiscal 22 had about $265,000 in the budget for the election costs, so costs associated with placing the sales tax measure on the ballot, and that's offset by an increase in interdepartmental charges. Next slide. Also be presenting the self-insurance budget. Of note here, the increase in operating transfers as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, in an effort to keep this fund at least on an annual basis in a net or break-even position. We've increased the contribution from all departments, but even with this increase, we're still projected to experience a deficit in this fiscal year. And I mentioned earlier that the reduction in the liabilities and settlements budget is to pull out about $9 million in approved settlements that occurred in this fiscal year, offset by increases in the premiums, insurance premiums by about $1.2 million. Next slide. And in capital improvement, we don't have any planned capital projects for the fiscal 23, but in fiscal 24, we would like to at least explore, or at least we'll begin exploring this fiscal year with the plan to potentially have that expenditure in FY24 for the replacement of our current cashiering system. I believe it's over 15 years old at this point. And there is a bit of a risk there in that the support that's provided by the current company, I believe, is only a few people. So we'd like to look into replacing that and increasing our security as it does. We do receive several hundreds of thousands of transactions a year. Next slide. Major projects and initiatives, as always, every year. Adopting a balanced budget and planning forward for the next 10-year period to continue to roll forward that plan and adjust as necessary. Second, payment processor transition. So we've already begun this process last month in being able to offer online payments to more of our customers. So we offer online payments for utilities, parking citations, business license renewals, but there are still other payments that we take that we don't have that option. Some of that including the rental payments by our airport customers, other miscellaneous payments such as alarm permits as such. So we're hoping to complete that next fiscal year. Outsourcing collections. We used to have a staff assistant in our department that was solely dedicated to collections and would collect on average about sometimes even over $200K a year. So due to the proposed deletion of that position, we will be looking into transitioning that to an outside source and explore what that looks like, at least for a 1-year period, and whether or not the collections are greater than or equal to what we typically see with a full-time staff on board. I'd mentioned the cashiering system already as part of the capital plan. Planet Bids implementation is also one we'd like to focus on this year. It's just really another way to get online. Planet Bids is also used by several, and we had surveyed several Southern California cities, and it would also increase the amount of bidders that we would be able to get quotes from. So indirectly, potentially may even reduce some costs as we see more bidders being able to participate in our bidding process. And of course, as mentioned, every department, because we have seen also frequent turnover over the last year, we have been focusing highly on cross-training and succession planning. Next slide. Next department up is our Communications and Information Technology Department. We have Andre Yermakov here, our CIT Director.
Mayor and members of the council. Test? Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Andre Yermakov, CIT Director. The communications, next slide, please. The Communications and Information Technology Department is responsible for administering the city information and communication systems, supporting IT infrastructure and providing solutions to serve the dynamic technology needs of the city and the community. The CIT department oversees data management, information security, software applications, telephone, wireless, and radio communication technologies. Next slide, please. The CIT department consists of 4 divisions. Connectivity and communications, responsible for telephone, communication equipment and police and public safety vehicles, cabling, and various microwave towers providing communication between city facilities. Data networks and information security division is responsible for managing city firewalls, switches, and servers. Software and applications divisions in providing support to all departments with all business applications, and computer hardware systems and responsible for computers, laptops, printers, and other peripheral equipment maintenance. Next slide, please. If there is a staffing slide, there are no changes within CIT staffing. The 2.5 positions that you will see in the slide, it's a reduction, are results of the removing previously reduced positions from the CIT budget. And within the total CIT department budget remains unchanged with the projected decrease of 24,000, which translates approximately 0.3%. Next slide, please. The CIT department has 2 capital improvement projects. One is to implement public address system, and which will provide emergency notifications and announcement in all City Hall public areas. And the second capital project is the improvement of the Wi-Fi system, which is to replace outdated Wi-Fi equipment. That includes replacing of wireless controllers and outdated wireless access points in areas such as police department, fire stations, and public libraries. Next slide, please. Our initiatives, capital projects, is to implement, to complete network segmentation projects, which we are getting close to completion. That was part of the cybersecurity response. To finish the implementation of Office 365 migrations, to move to the cloud technologies, to implement several cybersecurity improvements, which will include citywide cyber awareness training, continuous network monitoring, and penetration testing. Another one is to implement IT service management system, which is an industry standard tool to streamline IT services that will provide support like incident management and problem resolutions, will help us to manage assets and software licenses life cycle, and it will provide us analytics of the department performance and will help us with project management and department workload management. Number 5, the Wi-Fi capital, that's a capital improvement project I covered on the previous slide. The approximate cost of the project will be $135,000. And since will be moving the city to the Office 365 cloud, we also need to implement Office 365 backup software, which we estimate approximately will be $45,000. That concludes my report. Thank you.
And lastly, we'll conclude with the police department. We have with us Police Chief Jay Hart.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jay Hart, Chief, Torrance Police Department. The mission of the police department is to preserve public safety and quality of life within the city of Torrance, enforce laws, state and federal, as well as city ordinances, engage in patrol and crime prevention, gathering evidence, regulating traffic, investigating traffic, and coordinating all major disaster plans in partnership with the fire department, not just by ourselves when it comes to those kind of major disasters. Next slide, please. Here's the police organization chart, 4 bureaus, 12 divisions. It shows how the organization is designed to provide public safety services to the city of Torrance. Next slide, please. This next slide for budgeted staffing levels reflects the police department's budget, also reflects the police department's reduction strategy by the requested amount of $8.5 million. Next slide, please. The police operating budget. One thing to call out here, as we've talked about before, this shows the majority of the police department's budget goes towards salaries and employees' costs for providing public safety services. Next slide, please. As far as major projects and initiatives, we're working on a strategic plan for 2023 to 2025, which will be rooted in 21st century policing. We will be engaging with the public on that effort. With civilianization, as the chief of police, working with the city manager, I've been committed to look for efforts in the organization to optimize efficiencies and better leverage our police resources and really use their skills and abilities in the most effective way to improve public safety in the city of Torrance. Next, you'll see DOJ collaborative reform, which is in progress right now and will be connected to our strategic plan. Fourth, number 4 is the 30 by 30 initiative, which is a initiative the police department is going to undertake to increase recruitment of women in public safety. And it's a pretty in-depth initiative that has a lot of accountability measures of reporting to the public of what the police department is doing towards that effort, and that will be connected also to our strategic plan, and I'm sure DOJ will want to look at that in collaborative reform. Number 5, you'll see the Torrance Unified School District, juvenile diversion optimization. The Torrance Police Department has its own juvenile diversion program. We're looking at a way to leverage that program to provide better services to the police department, more importantly our youth, to really give them the type of tools that they need to be better citizens in our community. So that's a program that we're working on, very excited about, in partnership with our school district. And then lastly, the Torrance Volunteers in Policing, or VIP program. We're looking for a way to create new and impactful opportunities for the community to work alongside our police officers. So we already have a prototype that we're working on right now of a Torrance resident who has gone through a background and is assigned to detectives and actually working economic crime cases for us right now. It's been very effective, and we're looking at expanding more opportunities inside the organization for the community to really work with us in the spirit of our job together. Thank you.
That concludes the presentations for all of the departments tonight for this first budget session. And at this time, we'll open it up to any questions or discussion from City Council.
Thank you, Ms. Poison. And one of the things I know I have to address this almost on a weekly basis when somebody will say, as we know, we've received some congressionally directed funding just in the last few days, $7.2 million. And the question is, why isn't that money being used for this? Why isn't that money being used for that? And the whole issue of the fungibility of our funding is kind of strange to some people. I know one of the candidates said we have a $24 million surplus. So what are we worried about if we have $24 million surplus? I wonder even using that term, surplus, is appropriate in what we do as a governmental agency, because we're not here for profit making, we're here for service. We do have some certain obligations, and the obligation is to fill the funds that are supposedly funded. As Mr. Shaparian said, we need 20% in our reserves. That's where we have to be, because economic anomalies occur all the time. A recession. We had an economic anomaly just because one of our manufacturers had an explosion. And it caused a $10 to $12 million anomaly that we could pinpoint. And then, we had an anomaly with the ransom attack. We had an anomaly days later with COVID. We had another anomaly that came in with civil unrest and protection of our community. And so we do need at least a 20% in our reserves. There's no doubt about it. Can you, and I don't know if it's explainable, how the money is not fungible. We have an operating budget, and that's based upon streams of income that we've had for years. And to say that I'm going to bring some businesses in, and that's going to fix everything. It's not a direct fix. The business doesn't come in and lay $10 million down on the table. It's a snowball effect. I forgot to mention, there's an economic anomaly, a small one, when Toyota announced they were leaving. And then we had a bigger anomaly when they left, backfilling the whole campus that they did there. And we're still waiting for the results of that. Is there an easier way to explain to the public that how government finances are not like at home, where you have one checkbook and one savings account?
I can attempt to address all those items. First, I'll start with the grant that we received, over $7 million. I believe you're referring to Congresswoman Waters when she had visited. We are thankful for the support in receiving. Those particular grants will support the Transit Fund and the Public Works Fund. As I'd mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, the citywide budget is split into 3 types of major funds. The general fund is where we have a significant amount of focus because that's the lion's share of where we provide our services. But for the most part, those are funded by taxes and charges for services, which are fees. The enterprise funds are outside of the general fund. That includes airport, transit, and the public works departments, which are water, sewer, sanitation. Those funds are primarily funded by charges for the utilities that they charge, and transit is also mostly funded by grant funds, not by the taxes. So while it's great, again, like that we had that $7 million, it doesn't support the outside of the enterprise fund services. The internal service funds, now these are funds that support the city. So self-insurance houses both the staff, insurance premiums, settlements for liabilities, and workers' compensation. Fleet services houses the costs to fund the service of all of our citywide vehicles outside of enterprise. Enterprise funds have their own replacement funds for their vehicles. However, these 2 funds are primarily funded by contributions from the general fund itself. So when we say, you had mentioned a $24 million figure, that was pulled out of our mid-year budget report. That's where we anticipate citywide, quote, surplus to be at June 30th. That $24 million, though, consists of, I believe it's $14 million surplus in enterprise. So let's set that aside because their charges fund their own operations. There's a loss in the internal service funds of over $5 million, and then I believe it's $13.4 million in the general fund. Of that $13 million, quote, surplus, 2.6 of that surplus is from our restricted assigned fund as a sub-fund of the general fund. That houses our replacement funds and our Section 115, the pension trust that was just opened last year. 1.8 million of that is a contribution, also mostly from the general fund, to save for future losses in pension, swings in pension costs. Now the remainder of that 13 million, so let's say 10 million of that surplus, mostly the ARPA money. So when I say ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, so that's $12 million of one-time money that we won't see next year. While we did, and as we all know, we've been holding in the general fund over 100 vacancies, roughly floating about 100 vacancies throughout the year, 150, I'm sorry. That saved us over $9 million in salary savings. We have a little bit over $2 million in non-wage savings. But even though we'd saved about $10 to $11 million through our efforts, that was offset by a $10.7 million transfer to the self-insurance fund for litigated settlements that were not budgeted for. So really just to conclude here, as I'd mentioned in our 10-year, the slide where we have our 10-year forecast, not until we have our reserve minimum, which is anticipated even with only a modest 2% salary increase, not until we've funded that 20%, not until our negative $58 million self-insurance fund balance is in the positive, and not until our negative fleet services fund, about $6 million negative, until those are in a positive position, we are still in the red. And again, I'd mentioned in our 10-year, we're not even able to contribute to the self-insurance fund negative balance until fiscal 29. So while in any given 1 year we show a surplus, there are so many moving pieces that it's really difficult to distill down into just one number.
Mayor, if I may, Adam Chairperson, City Manager, in collaboration with the Finance Director, I shared with the Finance and Government Operations Committee earlier this afternoon, that we are going to work to create a community financial dashboard with some key performance indicators related directly to our budget. And that's to, again, in our effort to continue to create community engagement and transparency and education, where we can show in simple terms all the various different factors in measuring our success, meaning, do we hit 20% reserve? Where are we on the auditor's list? Even going from 4 to 5 is a step in the right direction. I hope we get off that top 10 list, and one day it's in a rearview mirror. But we also want to make sure that our credit rating is competitive, because the better bond rating we have, the cheaper our cost of doing business as far as borrowing goes, as well as some ratios that we want to post. We also this year started a pension webinar where we shared the direct impacts of both the lease revenue bond pay down as well as the great 21% return per ZAD. Whether or not that's sustainable, we're very hopeful, but looking at returns, they won't average 20% forever. So we're going to build about 10 various indicators and put it online for the public to see. And if I may just clarify again and remind the public and the council, 65% of our budget is in public safety. So notwithstanding transit and public works, which are enterprise, the remaining operations are people. And the people are attorneys in the city attorney's office, who, I don't have any attorneys in my office, nor we claim to have. We're very capable people in the city attorney's office. The cost of having our own litigation effort and experience is significantly very advantageous to the city versus outside counsel, where there are specialists that we rely on. Our folks do a phenomenal job in providing counsel. When you take out, well, we can't really touch planning permit center because they bring in money, significant revenue, and that's the engine of the economy, bringing those businesses that will grow. Then what we're left with is really general operations, what I call it. Finance, it was shared with you earlier, the effort of collecting money. IT, which is a support function to our public safety and general operations. We get into custodians and park services and after-school programs, some of the fabrics of the community. So, and then one point I leave you with is the budget that's going to come before you anticipates a recommendation of reducing public safety by $10 million. We've had this conversation. It's very difficult to balance the budget, and which we've done time and time again over the last few years without reductions in public safety. And so should your honorable body want to veer in a different direction, that's going to have significant impacts in our outer years. Granted, as a reminder, we have thanks to the American Rescue Plan, any funding scenario that we bring forward that requires any sort of attrition of employees with the goal of avoidance of pay cuts and furloughs in a very competitive market, those aren't really options that we want to embrace, because we're already seeing more employees leaving in the first 6 months to retirements and resignations than in all of last year combined. So those are just to put a framework as to the complexity of our budget. It's a living, breathing document. We try to hit the bullseye on projections. Granted, there's fluctuations. While we're seeing and projecting an increase in sales tax, whether or not that's sustainable, we hope, but we have to, again, pump the brakes and ask ourselves, we'd rather be more proactive and realistic and live within our means going through this exercise. So I just want to give you some additional insight as to the various factors that go into account. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Councilmember Chen has a question or comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I think based on the discussion we had the last probably 15 minutes, leads me to ask some more questions. But first of all, I want to say thank you for this report. I think it's good that we're doing this level, and perhaps because of the discussion we just had, maybe if possible, look for the next time. Is there any way to provide a report so that it doesn't take another 20 minutes discussion to help explain it? I don't know if that's even possible. Just a thought, because to me, when I look at the mid-year book and I look at the very last sentence at the end of fiscal year 2022, is projected as citywide revenues will exceed expenditure by 24.6 million. I take it that's an accurate number. And if it needs caveats, then that maybe that's something to have. If I look at the page 5 of that, and it says general fund, operating fund will operate at $13.8 million surplus. I believe that's word for word, $13.8 million surplus. And if it's not really, we're still in the red, it would be good to have a little notation that tells us that, oh, not really. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then if we're really in the red, as you were just discussing, then we just voted to spend over $100K on the fireworks, a little bit head scratcher for me. Right? And then when we say things are already in the budget, then why do we put things in the budget if we're in the red? Another head scratcher for me a little bit. Now I want to go to the report a little bit, just help me out a little bit. I think it probably goes to you, Sheila. I'm looking at the page that says 10-year forecast. So I think we started, there's probably another column to the left that might be missing that put us in rating number 4, I think, on the bottom, whatever, that California rating list. So the 36 so if I start like projected 2021, 2022, that projected unassigned fund balance of roughly 3 million. That's what you just said, that's a reserve, right? That's our forecasted reserve, and that's a pretty high confidence number we'll hit. I just want to make sure I get affirmative on that.
Yes, that is the anticipated projected reserve or unassigned fund balance at the end of this fiscal year. You had mentioned that there's probably some columns missing on the left. Not necessarily, honestly, just ran out of room.
Right.
But if we go back to where we were back in 2020, we had billed that up from 600K,
Right.
But primarily in fiscal 21. So, and these are audited numbers. We ended fiscal 21 at an unassigned fund balance of 22.6 million. So we had added 22.1 million in fiscal 21. However, of that 22 million, over 22 million, 22.7 million to be exact, are one-time sources.
Sure.
So without those one-time sources, we would have actually had to use even more of the fund balance. This fiscal year, we're projecting to add 13.6 million, 12 million of that being one-time. So in the course of 2 years, without one-time monies, we would have only added to the fund balance 1.5 million, which is 1% of our operating expenditures for the year, still significantly low balance. So we're very fortunate to have these one times. However, we're not anticipating that to continue in the future, which is what this 10-year forecast
Right. I mean, I don't
incorporates.
anticipate those one time unless you have COVID every year. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the one time. So definitely understand that. What I was getting at is if there was another column on the left that put us rating number 4, it was like 600 or something K in there. That's a number I was trying to get at. There was another number other than if there was another number to the left of 36.277, what number would that be?
That would be 22.6. That was the ending balance of fiscal 21.
Okay.
The
Maybe
year before that is the 600K you're referring to, so that.
So which is the number that we got our rating from? Is it the 22 or the 600K?
The 600K.
Right. Okay. All right. So from the 600-ish K to 20-something million, we're already moving in the right direction. Just like what our city manager said. Hopefully, we at least move from 4 to start inching our way up. And then the 30. Now, based on our projected forecasts at the end of this June 30th this year, so that 36,277 is a pretty good number. And correct?
I mean, it's a significant increase because of the one-time sources, but we still haven't reached our bare minimum of.
I understand. I mean, I don't think we're going to hit it in one shot at 20 million. I think it's almost like our discussion with the ambulance operation. You know, the slope needs to be in that right direction. Otherwise, the whole organization cannot transition as a step function. It needs to be a slope, if you will. Looking at what I'm trying to understand is, but we choose when we do the budget going in the following year how much we put in there to get close to that 20% reserve. The target would have been 44.6 million. We decided intentionally of how much to put in the unassigned reserve going forward. So I'm moving on the next column. That's 2022 to 2023 forecast, if you will. That's a forecast. But if I look at revenue minus expenditure, that 976K. If we build a budget, why would we build a budget that's 976K short if we had the freedom to choose how much we put into unassigned going forward based on the 36,277. Do you see what I'm getting at?
The only way we could add to unassigned fund balance is if there's a planned surplus. Given our current staffing levels and our projections for revenue growth, that places us in a deficit position, assuming fully staffed. So unless we, I definitely wouldn't recommend to increase revenues if we don't think it's going to be there. So unless we make further cuts, we won't experience a surplus.
So let me make sure I heard that. If I look at the column 2022 to 2023, that forecast is based on fully staffed.
That's correct.
Not like what we're doing now. We're sort of understaffing.
Right. We are intentionally to maintain a positive position, holding vacancies, which is.
Okay, I think that's good to know because you're saying because that might not be realistic either. That FY 22 to 2023, every department which are understaffed now is going to be 100% staff.
There is, even pre-pandemic, before we were intentionally trying to hold vacancies, there is a level of natural vacancy rate that occurs. In fiscal 19, I believe the salary savings we experienced were about $3 million. So it's, difficult to really pin where that would be in the future, what that natural rate would be, but there is, always a level of vacancies as people come and go.
Right. I just want to clarify that at least that column for 22 to FY 23, that's assuming fully staffed.
Councilman, yes, if I may, in the past, we would rely, naturally, we couldn't fill every position, even if we tried, and we have superstars in HR. we would rely on that year-end carryover as a balancing mechanism, and mostly it funded our capital project. One other distinction, the projections that we have in future years as far as sales tax and expenses, those are ongoing.
Right.
The reserve is a one-time number. It's conceivable that at some point, if we have a windfall or we reduce expenses and we hit that target of 20%, council may say, we want to go 25, or we want to go to 15 for some anomaly, and then we can dedicate that funding to some other areas. I do also want to mention the 2%, very, very modest assumed payroll, negotiated agreement. The type of contracts we're seeing now coming out of COVID in a competitive environment, I think 2% will require perhaps more. And again, not to start negotiating in public, but I just want to, and if we were to completely erase, and we are going through an exercise for council awareness, that I'm asking all department heads to go back, and granted the position freezes, or it's a rolling vacancy hole, because there's some areas where we must fill the position to provide service. But I am asking the question, as you saw earlier with the collection effort, where we're asking ourselves, we embrace local control. Under no circumstance, this city manager will recommend considering county police or fire service, just for the record. I think there's a loss of that local control and that community linkage. However, there's instances where we need to go through with a fine comb and ask ourselves, the vacancies we're carrying, is there a different caliber employee or certification or automation? Are there different ways we can do business? And if we're able to yield through efficiencies or through a different way of doing business savings, chances are we're going to have to leverage those savings in being able to put back into wages and benefits to stay competitive. So again, it is very complicated. That's why we're hoping to create a much more simplified dashboard that we can all, this council, next council can agree to a methodology that we can assign a self-rating or a grade that's consistent every year based on these moving pieces. And then we can look back on a snapshot and say, we're hitting our targets. Doesn't change any of the underlying data. It just gives us a simpler, I agree with you, we need to state these numbers in a way that the public can appreciate and understand, and then continue to provide open forums, sessions, to continue to create that awareness.
Yeah, because if we say we got a 24.6 or 13.8, if it's a asterisk, not really, it needs to come out why it's not really.
Right.
Otherwise,
we will continue to put the buts in the future in a much more bold way.
Right, and then on that 10-year forecast, does that have any assumption of the 0.5% sales tax increase or not?
The first year includes a 6% growth for sales tax assumption.
I think your question is sales tax. It does not.
Right. The sales tax measure, does it
I'm
assume the
sorry.
sales tax measure went past or no pass?
10 million of it would already erase pending cuts. So the balance of the projected 8 million will dedicate 5 million per our recommendation towards a reserve. The balance of the 3 million would be towards unanticipated cybersecurity, homeless response, and other community enhancement projects.
Actually, my question was the 10-year forecast table here.
It does not.
Okay, that was all I was
But if it
asking.
did, then we may be able to free up building our reserve sooner and dedicating that balance of, it's really $3 million. Just for the record, again, we're not in an advocacy position, just stating the facts. The sales tax measure really gets us to that baseline of status quo. It doesn't address multi-year contracts. That's going to have to through an exercise of further reduction areas. I just want to set expectations that it does help significantly avoiding cuts to public safety or other areas, and it does help us hit our reserve goals sooner, but it doesn't significantly change our 10-year structural deficit.
Got it.
Thank you.
But the 24.6 citywide surplus and the 13.8 million general fund operating fund surplus is a real number. Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. Can we go to the city council one, this might be an easy one. I mean, it's kind of hilarious that I even have to ask a question on that one because I assume our pay hasn't changed since 1947-ish. But I just didn't understand how FY 2020 to 2021 and 21 to 22, it went from 103.7 to 93. I just don't understand how our salaries change. Maybe just a simple.
You'll note that each department in that year went up because of the funding for the pension. So although we don't have a large pension, there are people who work in the city council's office who are pensioned employees and they pay pension. So every department has a spike at that point, and that was the money that we paid down our pension debt.
That's correct, and that's anticipated to only occur in that fiscal year.
Okay.
It should only occur in that
It comes with the experience. You have to read absolutely each and every budget document that you get, and you build on that so you understand that while the word surplus is used, it's not a fungible surplus sitting on the table to distribute. It's spoken for. It's just the methodology that they use in government budgeting. It's not as easy a job as one would think.
Yeah. Got it. I'm still working on my adding and subtracting. So the city clerk, this is a question, maybe this goes to Rebecca on page 38, when you talk about the e-scribe. I know we've been working on e-scribe for a while. That we've already paid, right? We don't owe any more money. I know we haven't gone live yet, but we've been working that one for a while. I'm just looking at your major project and initiative to implement e-scribe.
There is a recurring fee every year for the maintenance of the system.
Okay, maybe I'm trying to understand. We've been trying to do the electronic agenda and things like that. I know we were having some challenges getting that up. Regardless we get it up or not, are we still paying that fee?
We're paying for, Autumn Chairperson, City Manager, Councilman, if I may, we're paying Granicus for the current service. The goal was to transition because Granicus is significantly expensive
Right.
than eScribe. eScribe is in the process of giving us their final product
Okay.
and go through the testing. And once we implement and transition, then we'll go ahead and release the outstanding
Right.
balance.
So my question was, I know that eScribe, we've been trying to get, are we paying monthly for the eScribe already, even though we're not really up yet?
No, we're not.
That's really my question.
No, we're not. We're not paying them.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I thought Rebecca said we're paying this monthly fee, and
I believe it was the services for the agenda posting, and that's Granicus that we're paying right now.
was that a yes?
That was a yes. I
Okay.
didn't say monthly fee.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
an annual fee.
Okay, I was just wondering, the things that we're not using yet and we're still testing it out, are we already paying for that? That's a sunk cost already. Okay. And then page 46, I was just wondering, since Ms. Passon went through the treasurer's section today, did our current city treasurer create that budget that you presented, or someone had to do it?
The finance department prepared it for her review.
Okay, so she was okay with this? Is that an assumption, or?
From lack of response, it was an assumption.
Okay.
Since there were no changes.
All right. Yeah, okay, I was just hoping that she was okay with that. Okay, so you answered that one. Excuse me, I'll just go with this. On page 57, on your department, Sheila, major project initiative. I know there's this. I thought it's not written here, but as you were talking about it, you talked about parking citation. I don't know if I heard it correctly. I noted it down because you said it. Is that, for example, street sweeping, parking citation? That I think I've had a conversation with a few department heads to see if we could do something more efficient, maybe automate it. Is that what you're referring to? I wasn't sure. I just heard parking citation.
I had made mention to it, for bullet point number 2, one of our initiatives is to bring, to allow online payments for other types of charges. And I had mentioned it because the payments that we currently collect are able to online include parking citations. So we already collect that online.
Okay.
Our
Also, it's not so much capture the citation that.
No,
would
we
have-
already
okay.
have that service. But so Data Ticket is our third-party
Oh, okay.
contractor.
No, I think what I was getting at is, at one time, I think at some council meeting we had, when we talked about street sweeping citations, putting a camera on the street sweeper truck and
Oh.
capturing the citation. That's what I meant by capturing.
No, I did not I wasn't referring to the actual issuance of the citations, I was referring to the billing portion.
Okay, thanks for clarification.
Councilman,
because-
next week we can, in 2 weeks, when we come back with the Public Works, we have been doing some follow-up research to that request, and we'll have an update as to the limitations and options available.
Sure.
And I encourage all of you, if there's any outstanding areas or services that you want us to follow up on, because we'd like to take the information from tonight and 2 weeks from now, and then be able to come back to you as part of our 2-year, as part of our second year of the 2-year operating budget, and address those in that discussion in May.
Okay, well, thanks for clarification. Otherwise, I might have misinterpreted
Sure.
it. Thank you. Good report. Thank you.
Is that it? Councilmember Griffiths? Before you do that, can I want to go back to the council operating expenditures and budget. I see in fiscal year 2023, we are saving $484. Amazing job there. Yeah, I recognize that. I'm sure that's Post-its and notepads. Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the staff, and especially the finance department, for this helpful information, which not only is helpful, I think, to the council. I know it's helpful to the council, but hopefully, if the public takes a look at it, they get a better understanding of how the city spends our money, department by department. And I think that's really valuable information that I know in the past, as a council member here, we haven't had the benefit of that information in the past. So this is tremendously helpful, and I appreciate the extra time that is spent by staff and council and everyone to listen to this, to learn from it, and to have a better understanding of the finances of our city. I did want to touch on the one obvious glaring issue that I noticed, and that was every department head gave their own department report except for the city treasurer. I want to ask if the city treasurer was asked to participate.
Yes, we reached out to her.
And there was no response, or a negative response, or what was the response?
No response.
I just want to make the public aware of that response. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Pretty detailed report. I've been getting over the last few months different numbers as far as vacancies, and to me that's important. I know it's a moving target, fluctuating. Some departments, I believe Public Works is down 40 individuals. As of right now, if we took a screenshot, you say approximately 150 positions are left open, but yet they're budgeted for.
Okay, so as of January 31st, again, as you'd mentioned, it is a moving target. The general fund had 133 vacancies, enterprise funds had 93, internal service 4.5, and then capital 3. So citywide in all funds, 234 positions vacant.
234. But as far as general funds, 133,
Correct.
and we're estimating that we might be upwards of 150 now.
No, I mentioned 150 on average because it just fluctuates throughout the year.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do we have, again, it's a moving target. Do we have a really rough estimate as to how much money that represents?
Yeah, I believe it's 9.7 million. Give me a second while I get the amount. Anyways, I'm pretty comfortable that it's about over $9 million in salary savings.
Salary savings, okay.
Yeah.
And that allows us to balance the budget. Keeping those vacancies open, obviously, is not the right way to operate, but
Right.
it does give us the, I guess, the financial ability to balance out.
Right.
I am rather surprised that there is a $976,000 deficit, especially when we're showing, and correct me if I'm wrong, a little over $35 million that we're putting back into reserves. Is that what we're looking at?
We're looking at a $35 million reserve balance.
Balance, I'm sorry, yeah.
Right. So we put back about 22 million last year, and then this year we're anticipated to put 13 million.
13 million, okay. Now, obviously, I love the idea of that 20% target. Of course, I think every household also has a certain target as much, how much money they want in their savings accounts and 6 months of living expenses, et cetera. But I think as Councilman Chen alluded to, that we can't necessarily just do it all in one shot, obviously, for the obvious reasons, right? Now, hypothetically, could that, I know we're getting pretty aggressive in that task into getting the reserves back up, which I love. Can those be adjusted by $976,000 so that we can zero it off and show a balance? I mean, a balanced budget instead of being at a negative here. Well, I guess that's a question.
The next fiscal year doesn't have a planned addition to fund balance. The only way to have that would be to plan for a surplus. So in the 10-year, I believe in fiscal, is it 24? Yeah, fiscal 24, it appears that we have the ability to add 1.5 million. So really that, yes, as you can see, that line item fluctuates year over year based on what we anticipate the surplus to be.
Yeah, we would like it to be at 50 million, but we're estimating it'll be at 41 million unless aliens, aliens take over. Okay, so, all right. So we put $10.7 million, I'm just kind of going over my notes here, $10.7 million in self-insurance fund for the obvious reasons. And, but that's not an ongoing thing. That's not something that every year we have to do, right? I mean, these are circumstances that we come across and we have to put money into.
Councilman, our unfunded self-insurance is $55 million. So that's costing us on average about $9 million a year. So if we could to pay that down, it would be ideal. So then we can free up that money that's on an ongoing basis to fund that, the unfunded from having it grow. It would be preferred to not have that balance because that's $9 million from other services that we're not able to
No,
provide.
absolutely. I agree 100%. I just want clarification.
Sure.
But it's also not a set amount, right? I mean, 9.7 or 10.7 is the
It's
amount.
based on a projection of the litigation and the payouts that we expect for that upcoming year. So we try to, it's either we pay it at the front end or the number, the 55 million grows in our years.
We definitely want to contribute towards that fund, absolutely.
One thing to note too with the self-insurance fund, even without that $9 million that we had this year, even if we pull that out, the budget is, the self-insurance budget is a deficit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when I make my mortgage payment, I still owe, whatever, 400 and some odd thousand, but I'm still making that payment every month. $12 million ARPA, the rescue plan, I do think that's money that the government gave back to us that they took from us in other ways, because quite honestly, those shutdowns is really what we're paying for. So this money coming back in, to me, it's not like, gee, thank you. They took it away from us. I mean, the government did these shutdowns, whether you agree with the shutdowns or not, but it's not something that's permanent. I think Councilman Chen said the same thing, that this money came in because of a COVID shutdown. Without the COVID shutdowns, it seems like we've seen a pretty decent rebound of our resale tax revenue. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Right. We have seen a significant rebound in sales taxes, about 20% this year. We just had presented to the Finance and Governmental Ops Committee that part of the reason why the surplus is just phenomenal, extraordinary rebound. We haven't seen that level of an increase since the Del Amo Fashion Center was remodeled in fiscal '24. After that remodel, the sales tax trends were up and down anywhere between 2 and 4%. Some years a decrease, some years an increase. So what we're anticipating going forward, understanding that a 20% growth is likely not sustainable. In the next fiscal year, we're anticipating a 5 to 6% increase. And then after that, it tapers back down to about 2.4, 2.7. Anywhere between 2 and 3% in the years thereafter.
Which is
We
normal.
Obviously adjust every year as we go.
I think people were just excited to go out and shop, right?
I was.
Yeah, me too. But having said that, when the report says on one of the line items, and regardless of where the money came from, when the report says that there's a surplus of $24 million, and we take that number to heart, right? It's like a surplus is a surplus, whether it came $12 million from ARPA, another $9.7 million from savings, vacancies, and such. When we look at these financials, we look at the bottom line number, and that bottom line number, correct me if I'm wrong, showed, I think, a 24 point some odd million dollar surplus. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, so a lot of times, I think we tend to politicize a lot of the comments up here, but it is a true statement that $24 million showed on the report. It was a $24 million surplus. Again, if we break it down, we say, well, that money is temporarily. Some of it came a one-time thing. Some of them came through cost savings of keeping vacancies. But a number is a number. I'm a numbers guy. When I look at a number and you tell me $24 million, I'm going to take it for what's there on paper. Once we break it down, we realize that some of it may not be, maybe temporary. Now, I think the ARPA money is a good reflection of money that we may have lost, but I just don't think, I really don't think that it's going to be a permanent loss. Once the businesses are reopened, we have a lot of new businesses coming in as well. I think the rebound's going to be a lot quicker than we think. People are excited to go out and shop. Went out to dinner. There was a 2-hour wait at a restaurant that before you could just walk in. So people are excited to get out, and I hope that trend continues upward. But anyways, thank you for the report. You guys did a phenomenal job, and I look forward to being in the black. Thank you.
Anything else? We have some callers.
Yes, Mayor. I will transfer the caller now. Porchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello. I'm very surprised our good leader led us to this point, and all this gaslighting and everything. What showed me you guys are very good blowing money and very bad to rake in money. And I just can't believe a bunch of fools sitting there, and this was a gaslighting and just telling people how great you are, celebrating yourself, and we are number 4 from the bottom. That's 30. Listen to this. The city of Torrance, you are so proud of, and let lead it in the past. We are number 4. That's under the frog's ass. It's like a bottom.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. There are no more callers online for this item. Thank you.
Anything else? How would the council wish to proceed? When's the next time we're coming back on this?
April 12th for the remaining departments.
Just at this point, it's accept the file unless there's any follow-up items you'd like us to bring. But I recommend, if we can take feedback tonight, as we did, we make notes. We can continue this conversation in 2 weeks. And if there are any other specific areas you want us to follow up on, please bring it up on the 12th, and we'll make sure to include that in our budget material that we bring forward in the budget in May.
Take a motion to accept and file.
I move to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Well, it's time for the second orals. Thank you, staff, for hanging in there. It's 11:36. We have 15 minutes of second orals. Is there anybody on the line?
Yes, Mayor, we have one caller in line for now. Transferring the person now. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fury, City Council. I stand in solidarity with all of you, our police, our firefighters, city workers, and first responders. Okay, thank you for the fireworks. And now I'm going to go quick. Time for some truth-telling, some clarification of lies told by the Black Line Marxists. All right. The only one to blame for Mr. Cowboy's death is Mr. Cowboy. The Torrance Police Department was cleared of any wrongdoing. In fact, they even tried to revive him. Cowboy was a career criminal who did nothing to help his fellow citizens or community. And let's see, the Oversight Commission, it was just a suggestion for that. It wasn't a mandate. Our city's a great city, and people come to our city because it's safe. We don't need the Black Line Marxist interlopers telling us.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there are no more callers in the call center at this moment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start on council orals. Take your time, Council Member Walzer.
Thank you. I don't have much, but I really want to encourage everyone to go to the Cherry Blossom Festival with or without the cherry blossoms. It's a great event. It's entertaining. You see a lot of culture. I've been a number of times, and I highly recommend that everyone try and go to it. Have a good evening.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Last night, the Visions of Unity Art and Literary Contest had their celebration of winners via Zoom. Starting next week, the Visions of Unity artwork will be displayed at the Katie Geisert Library. So I encourage everybody to stop by. It'll be displayed for a month. Stop by and see what great things some of our Torrance High School students have done. The work will embody, you'll see, it embodies what each student's interpretation is of the Martin Luther King theme, I Have a Dream. So please go by the Katie Geisert Library for the next month and see what is displayed. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
I continue to give my thoughts and concern for the people of Ukraine due to the invasion. And, I don't know I could stretch this one out that long, Mayor, but it's just that every time I watch the news, my heart just goes out for them. I just ask that the world leaders do everything they can to help bring about a stop to the fighting in some way. Thank you.
Anybody in the call center? All right, we've got a call center.
Yes, Mayor, we'll transfer the call now. Luke, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, City Council. It's been an exhausting night tonight for sure. But my name is Luke. I'm from the RC track. I know you guys probably don't. I'm just going to make it real quick for you guys. But, we just want to give a big shout out to John LaRock. I know they've been working on 100 different other things. And the RC track is probably one of the last things on his list. But we just want to say thank you to him and to his staff for working on the project. And we look forward, hopefully, in the next few weeks, maybe not the 12th, but later on, I think, what is it, the 26th or something like that, to be able to present our full proposal of the RC track. So thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Luke, for calling in. We appreciate that.
Mayor, there are no more callers in queue at the moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just remind everybody, as the clerk always does here recently, about the upcoming election. It's really important for people to pay attention to what's going on. There is a candidate forum in North Torrance for District 1, District 3 that is happening this Thursday, March 31st at 6:30 p.m. at the North Torrance High Library, and the public is invited to come and participate and learn about the candidates that are running for City Council. I encourage everybody to pay attention. That's it for me. I yield my time.
Anybody in the call center?
There are no more calls at the call center at the moment, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, sir. I just want to wish everybody a good evening. Thank you.
I'm sure we're going to, Councilmember Matucci.
Nothing, Your Honor. Good night, everyone. I yield my time. Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining me for the State of the City address. We're going to just do it one more time. We got 55 minutes.
Oh, God.
I'll get even with all of you now. Been a little bit busy around town. As I mentioned briefly, I did the State of the City address last week. We had about 300 people at the DoubleTree Hotel, and we kind of spun it a little different way this time with newer business and the high-tech businesses, trying to promote the whole concept of Silicon Torrance. And I think the businesses that we shed some light on were really some of the highest end, cutting-edge technology businesses in the South Bay, probably in the Southland entirely. Then I kind of parried after all that, and I did a little school work. Attended the JROTC military ball, also at the DoubleTree Hotel, and that's always a great event. I know Councilmember Ashcraft and her husband generally are there, but they were out of town. To see our 16, 17, 18-year-old youth in our community with character building program that North High is the only JROTC program in Torrance. And it's too bad. We could use them at all the schools, because it's 100 youth that are getting involved in public, working in public service and learning the value of public service and learning manners and how to treat other people nicely. And they partnered them up with some of the youth who might not be involved in organizations. They put them with honor students to help them out. So it's a great program. And then Azella helped me host 50 second graders in our council chambers, and it was the first time in 3 years they've been in here. And it was really interesting to meet 50 people who I'm the only mayor that they've ever had in their lifetime, because they're all 7 years old. But the interesting thing is, and we've had this relationship with Carr Elementary for the whole time I've been in office. They send me letters, and I send letters back to them, and they ask really important stuff. And it's amazing when you see 7-year-olds who know all the issues. You know, they talk about drunk driving, they talk about speeders, they talk about people not using their seatbelts. They came into to what we're addressing in the COVID, the people that wouldn't wear masks and people who refused to get vaccinations. And then the other side was they made me wear a mask. You know, it's exactly a cross-section of America. They recognize coyotes are an issue. They just anything that we see as adults, they see it as well, and they want solutions for it just as we all do. And then I got to go to Arlington for fifth graders, so I started to move back up again, and I met over there with the STAR program, and that's a leadership program that they have at Carr, and actually some of the other elementary schools as well, where they're teaching the youth in our community, fifth graders, how to become leaders and future leaders in our city, our state, our country. And then we had a walk on Saturday at El Camino College against hate, and that was really a great event. About 1,000 students came out and walked a mile around the campus. We were joined by our elected officials from Washington as well as Sacramento, and the Board of Trustees from El Camino College and President Thames as well. And I'm killing time because I still have another 4 minutes before we close out. Call center, anybody call in?
No more callers, Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
let us know if you do. And to you, Councilmember Chen, as a mayor, I've got the opportunity to meet mayors from all over the world, and I had occasion to meet a man named Boris Filatov. He is the mayor of Dnipro, Ukraine. And I met him through the American Jewish Congress, and the director of that, Jack Stern, arranged to have a Zoom meeting with he and I and a number of other people who had met him on a trip we made to Israel. And he's an amazing person to be able to be a mayor at this time in a country that is getting shelled on a regular basis. And you know, more than 4 million people have now left that country, and you got to really like the countries of Poland and Slovakia. I mean, just for accepting all of those people. And you know, I think all of our hearts should be thinking about the Ukraine people, the Ukraine government, and the strength that they have shown during this time. It's just an amazing group of people. And now I got to make a couple of announcements after that. First one is a big thank you to our city staff and the Torrance Social Services Commission for all that they do for those who are in need. This month they hosted Toiletry Drive, and since March 21st, items such as shampoo, conditioner, body wash, women's hygiene products, toothbrushes, toothpaste, razors, body wipe, bar soap, deodorant, new socks, and towels have been graciously donated by the community. And I know there was big piles out there in our lobby over the weekend. They collected them on Saturday, and yesterday and today people were dropping stuff off. So I encourage people to continue that. The drive-up collection was held, and I'm told that it was a huge success as many members of the community dropped off those absolute items. There's just a few more days to donate as the drive continues until April 1st. And items such as women's toiletries, socks, and towels are the ones that are really still much in need. So if you're inclined to purchase some and drop them off, that'd be really helpful. If you need more information, go to torranceca.gov/help others. Again, it's on our website, and you can do a word search for Help Others. It's been a great gesture that our Social Services Commission put into effect several years ago, and it's, I think it really helps the homeless community in making things a little bit easier. I'm very proud to see our residents and our businesses in our community donating to that. And as I mentioned at the outset, beginning April 1st and the 11th Annual Wyland Foundation National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation returns, and you're all invited to join Team Torrance. The last time the city of Torrance participated was in 2015, and we were among the 5 cities named as winners for their commitment to making water-saving choices. And in fact, Mr. Wyland came out to here in our Cultural Arts Center, and he presented us with a plaque as well as giving us I think some water device or water measuring device that was accepted by our Public Works Department. I know we can do it again. I think we had an insight on that time because during that period of time I was doing my outreach to all the high schools. So I met with all of the government classes then and had them use their cell phones and do the pledge. And pledge is more educational. It's not a mandatory thing. If you go through the pledge, it tells you that you just pledge that you're going to try to save water. And now they've made it even better because it's environmental issues and conservation issues as well. So it's educational as well as that. We are in the 20th year of this drought. This is the worst year ever, I just heard. During the middle of a rainstorm, the newsmakers were telling us it was the worst drought in the 20 years. So we have a long ways to go before we're water independent. We're asking residents and community members to make simple pledges to use water more efficiently, reduce pollution, and save energy. This campaign runs through the entire month of April, so I ask everybody to go to mywaterpledge.com, choose the city of Torrance, and invite your friends, family, coworkers, neighbors, classmates, whoever it is, to join in as well. And also throughout the month of April, in celebration of Earth Day, the city is hosting an Earth Day Water Challenge Bingo. You can go to the city's website, torranceca.gov, to download the bingo board. We've got some fun prizes that will be available at the Torrance Farmers Market information booth and at the California Welcome Center at Del Amo Fashion Center. And then lastly, as Councilmember Walzer pointed out, this Sunday, April 3rd, you're invited to celebrate the return of the city's Cherry Blossom Festival at Columbia Park. There'll be live multicultural performances, food vendors, artists, and crafts displaying and selling their work. There'll also be activities like origami making and face painting. This free community event is scheduled for from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to Torrance Alerts, the city's emergency notification system to receive early warnings on emergency events and natural disasters. You can opt in to get notifications by text or email. Another way to stay informed and get the latest information in local news is on not only COVID-19, but on local events and things happening in Torrance is by following us on social media, tuning into City Cable, and visiting our website, torranceca.gov. Anybody in the call center?
9.
How much more time do we have, call center?
The time expired. Thank you.
Okay, with that, then thank you all for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks on April 12th. Have a good night. We'll certainly entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting in 6 more minutes to Tuesday, April 12th, 2022 at 5 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging with us. We'll see you in 2 weeks.